stage is set, and the energy in here is incredible. But Alexei, this is a team that has given you some problems. We've seen you struggle against them even here at the major, but it was just a best of one. How helpful has this extra time for you, for Blade and the team to prepare and make sure it comes up differently this time?
Just the overall vibe of the team. I'm feeling everybody's feeling super excited. We're so happy to play on the quarterfinals today.
And in terms of being excited to play it, do you feel like the losses you've had against Furia, how deep you had to play them in a final, where you were able to take 2 maps against them, that this suits you, the fact that it's a best of 3?
Of course.
Ready to rock it? Anything you want to say to all the crowd out there and the Na'Vi Nation fans up in the stands?
Viadana nu.
Fallen, there are a lot of storylines on this Furia team. Rookie of the Year, Most Improved Team of the Year, but it's all overshadowed by you, reaching for that major trophy almost a decade after. How does this feel to you? Is this a noise that you're just trying to ignore?
Hello everyone, it feels amazing. I'm still here, I'm still fighting hard, giving everything I can to stay at the top. I'm glad that I'm playing with such strong teammates. I'm going to have a great game against Na'Vi today, strong opponent, so I'm looking forward to it.
There are obviously a lot of upsets happening on this stage. How are you going to make sure that there is not another one happening right now?
You know, we cannot be sure of anything in this life. It's going to be a great game. They have strong players, they're a strong team, and I'm completely sure that we are the same. So it's going to be up to who's going to sit there, feel the less pressure, get the clutches, get the thing going, and let's hope it's us.
Good luck.
This feels really nice. It's a party in here. So let's try and understand where we're going with this. Na'Vi! Furia! Na'Vi! Furia! Oh, this is beautiful! All of you, come together now. All get it on! Make some noise!
Looks like Bad Fallen is back in business. You might not be able to see what his eyes are looking at, but I'm sure it is straight at the trophy because such an incredible streak prior to this Maui Snake for Furia. Question is, can they sustain what seems to be the peak here in Budapest?
It's been 2 months since this team's even been eliminated from a tournament. They have been fantastic. Everybody, whether you're talking to in-game leaders of other teams, players, coaching staff, doesn't matter. They're all looking to Furia right now. They're trailblazers in how strong their tactical prowess is. And yes, they have the Rookie of the Year in Molodoi. Obviously, this is a slightly different stage than some of the ones that he's already found success on for the year, but I do fully believe that Furia, they're the favorites in this matchup, and I have them to win the major on top of it.
I have to agree, but if you're going to make any case for Na'Vi, I think it's Blade. I think it's the prep work. I think it's the backroom staff of Na'Vi. We looked at the game of Vitality. It seemed they knew everything that Vitality was throwing against them. They didn't go hit any stacks. They stacked themselves every single time against Vitality. I think if they're going to win, and if they're going to have a chance, it's that kind of recognition that they are going into the details, that they know how Furia wants to call. They know the mid-rounding, and they have a backup plan in every single scenario. Otherwise, individual for individual, team for team, Furia is definitely the better squad here.
In terms of the maps we're going to be playing in this series, going to be Mirage, Inferno, and Train if we do so need it. Any surprises in terms of any of those maps coming out for you, Maui?
I would say that the picks are fairly predictable in the first round. I feel like Na'Vi have once again put themselves in a corner, although a strong one, on Mirage, where it's just simply been the bread and butter of the 2024 Na'Vi. They found a lot of form with it once again here. They've already beaten Furia on the map in the past, and for Furia, on the other hand, Inferno, maybe it's not their favorite, but I could say it's probably their second or third, and it's actually been kind of a sore spot at times for Na'Vi, although Na'Vi has looked pretty. I'd say, actually, you know what, Devilwalk? I feel like the Inferno for Furia is progressing at a slightly better rate right now. Like, every time I watch them on it, I feel like they're a little bit more controlled than the last time I see them.
Yeah, I think just, you know, they're really comfortable on that CT side. Banana takes, they can even leave Jakinder there as a solo pressure man. And that's kind of risky on the CT side. But I agree with you. They have a deeper playbook. They have more ways to kind of control their way through that CT side. I still favor Furia, like, heavily, even with this map pool. But it's two teams that got 3 maps they're all very, very comfortable with. So it all depends on the day. But the prep for me, yeah, that's everything. It's going to be everything from that guy. The guy that Wonderful said he can read the future in Counter-Strike. That's what they need today. They need to read the future if they're going to beat Furia.
Our partner Odds obviously reflecting that same sentiment as you just mentioned there, Devilwalk. I just want to get into the emotional angle for a second. If you're Molodor and you've had such an exponential rise your first year as a top-tier pro, and you've already put your name on the map, a hat in the ring for Rookie of the Year, this experience, getting to play on a major stage, it's going to be something so special, right?
I think Molodor, like, there's a few players in Counter-Strike where you see them, when they get into a big stage, they actually get better. And I think Molodor is one of those people that just enjoys this moment and doesn't feel any pressure. He just wants to give the crowd something to be excited about. So I have no hesitation that Molodor is going to deliver today because he seems to thrive in it.
Even looking at his first arena event in Astana and his debut event for Furia, he was the one grabbing the microphone from James Banks, addressing the crowd in his home country. And so at this point, I feel like it's all it's child's play for him. He's already done the hard part. He's already had that moment that Torzy had to experience here in Budapest, just facing in front of all of your hometown just friends and family. So really, the sky's the limit for Molodor. I'm sure that we're going to continue to be impressed by him today. He's not been flawless, though, okay? Looking back at Austin, he was part of the reason that Pain were able to pull off the upset versus Furia in a game where I thought, and many people thought, that Furia was going to be taking that one with ease. So the major, it's a different stage. This is where sometimes these players that we see as hot prospects show themselves to burn out in a flash that is just so unexpected.
Obviously wonderful. We've already talked about him and just some of the numbers he was able to post up in stage 3. I really hope that we get to see Bit shooting hard alongside him as well.
Yeah, he's been kind of the question mark for this Na'Vi squad in this major. I think everyone has kind of stepped up, but he's had a few unrecognizable kind of whiffs and situations where you don't normally see Bit. So I hope that it's just been a waiting game for him to come onto this stage and show what it's really made of, because he is one of the best anchors in the world, and he's been that for a while.
And his counterpart, I feel like, on the Furia side, maybe doesn't get all the narratives, but in terms of what K Serato can deliver, he has just been their best player, a guy that I have no doubt is just going to stay cool today.
It's our last quarterfinal here in Budapest. It's time to get the party started.
Quarterfinal, Furia versus Na'Vi. Unleash the beast. Good luck and have fun.
Budapest, one more quarterfinal. Furia versus Na'Vi. We go to the top of the rankings to bring in the favorites, and we go all the way down to Na'Vi to try to bring forth your challengers. Na'Vi has shown us great Counter-Strike this event. Na'Vi have exceeded expectations, but they are up against a Goliath tonight.
No doubt about it. Looking at the results that have happened so far, It's very clear, nobody's safe. Let's see who sets the tone.
Kindar getting fully flashed immediately. That's pressure up into connector. And cs2 finds himself a double kill from the catwalk. Wonderful's already gonna answer from the top of middle. That's man advantage Na'Vi.
Yeah, that's a big clapback, actually. There's a rotation coming in. Yuri goes unspotted.
All right. Quick insta headshot. Oh, a little more labored there from Fallen. Wonderful is gonna continue with this. And as he takes a look over top of the staircase, it's just this Yuri position in sight. There comes that second. And we've got Na'Vi finding the first round with the quad kill on the pistol.
That's 4 for Wonderful. He set the bar for high for himself coming into this playoffs. The question is, can he keep it up? Well, it looks like the answer is going to be yes. Blade standing behind them wondering, can I rely on Wonderful at this entire event? Clearly, pressure's not a problem. Form is on point.
Coming into this, obviously his highest rated major of the 5 that he has played. We had a lot of conversation in the pregame about mentality, about sports psychology, about that backroom support system for a guy like Wonderful to continue with this success as the pressure will increase each and every step of this way. But hang on, because speaking of pressure, it's an immediate pop out into the B bomb site.
The flash is good.
Oh! cs2's Famas finds 2.
They must have countered that. Now they can't get out the window.
Mac 10 attempt for the entry. Tough job here for Bit. You've got one player in Molodoy low. cs2 loses his head. And in doing so, Bit makes this one ever the more likely. Smoke grenade's gonna give him cover to the right side. Easy cross through that site. And a triple kill here for Bit on the full recovery. Fallen's up next. Wonderful's got it. And down they go. That's what Na'Vi need early on. Again, recovering from a disadvantageous position out the gate.
Yeah, that's not just disadvantageous, but 3-on-5 without getting out into the site. 5 CTs waiting for you. And I think that first kill for Bit is the hardest. Getting into the windowsill, getting the kill on the player right below him. And this is cs2. He was the real threat of the round. Those 2 kills jump right into his lap. It's not often that you see a team pull off an eco on the B site. Furia almost made that happen. They show us exactly how strong they are.
It's nice to see that cs2's already got 2 moments of form within this quarterfinal, from the taps of the pistol to that double Famas hold. There's a lot of talk of Molodoy and Rookie of the Year and the op dominance that he's been able to bring to the table for Furia. But every opper needs their right-hand man, and cs2 has stepped back up into that star position on the rifle for Furia.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, it's a team with multiple stars, and you know, you try to pin one down and say this is the guy doing all the carrying. If you look at the name tags, you might say, well, Molodoy's clearly the one this year, but at this major where, you know, this week's and the past couple of weeks' form is the most relevant, everyone's taking turns. Yukinder could very well be Weapon X here on Mirage.
Setting up.
Very decisive last round. This one will be the same.
Not going to find much in terms of defense. Yuri's hopeful. Desert Eagle. Already the exit out from ramp, so Na'Vi sinking their teeth into the flesh of the site. And Utility's going to make sure that Yuri doesn't get away with any kind of trickery. Frag grenade to open it up on Makaze's terms. We discuss rookies on the side of Molodoy. Makaze is also going to be a piece that we need to discuss as this game goes on.
They don't let him stage. Bomb's going to get planted here on the back. And triple safely. They've got everything covered. 3 alive on the last round. This could be wildly successful for Na'Vi if they're careful.
Clean headshot for Wonderful helps. There's the bit of X Factor back from Furia. cs2's Deagle finds one. Yuri's camped. And so a single casualty here in the 3rd round, and Na'Vi are off to a very solidifying start. You mentioned the lack of deaths, and I think even just the clean ideas, not to mention sprinkle in that recovery of a round. They're not going to get ahead of themselves. You're never allowed to if you're Blade. But surely, Na'Vi finding a bit of comfort in these rounds.
I mean, getting scared early is basically worth nothing. They know going into Furia that they're even going to pull out some of those eco rounds. So the fact that they get away with 3 players alive on the numbers, that's all that really matters to Na'Vi. Very good start.
Here come the big guns. Furia's lost pistol has forced them to play it patiently. Into the first gun round, though, they'll take that challenge. Through the smoke, that's Wonderful, down to only a 1/3 of his health.
That's really good targeting out of Yukinder. They'll establish a top mid control. But with the bomb stage back here, it was clearly an idea to try to take over middle. Now they've got to respond. Blade in that interview said, we've got to stay flexible in these moments. And this will be a test of that. Change plans. Ooh, little creepy that Furia know exactly what they're going to try to do. a testy moment for Na'Vi.
Furia kind of let off that pressure somewhat, right? They give over mid-control, not that Na'Vi currently know it.
Yeah, dropping this mid in smoke and calling out that they're not established here will let them out a little bit.
Makaze's out already. Trying to find contact, shots to the back of the head, but the player up on platform survives. Great coverage. Yuri's 2 kills are clean. Here comes that bounce back though. Wonderful, emerging. Still has the pressure on Yuri. And unfortunately here for Furia, he's not good for a third. But he did create enough of a space for Yakinder to slide this in. So he'll hold. And as he's got this cover, it seems like he's gonna go unnoticed. But it all boils down to when and how he strikes.
You must strike though.
Okay, Serrano's killed, but Yakinder is able to cover. And so with 56 health, we've got this early bit clutch attempt denied. Furia's first gun round nets them their first round win.
There was a dot of hesitation from Yakinder back at triple, but he actually sacrificed 2 teammates to find a moment to take his peak. That hesitation might cost him in the future, but right here, again, Furia have lots of teammates. I think that's what we saw on display. Once they saw that bomb peeling back out of ramp, Yuri getting the second frag, I think that's when the confidence traded hands.
Just 2 clean double kill moments, right?
He sacked 2 teammates, but he got 2 back. Danger averted. Again, I don't think this game is going to be about how close they got to winning rounds. You know, Na'Vi have a veto right now where the last time they played both these maps, they won them. And in fact, if you go farther back on Mirage, they won 3 times in a row. So I don't think that was really taken into account in this series. It's a best of 3. This isn't going to be a potential for a reverse sweep like we saw at Thunderpick. This is a situation where Na'Vi, they have confidence on Mirage. It's deserved, it's earned, nothing lucky about it. And they have an Inferno they could potentially look forward to.
Right now, I'm sure they're also happy that they got away with such convincing rounds to start this off, right? That little boon of economy they had is going to fuel this rebuy. That's not a doubt. To win this game in the back rooms, that's what the desk kind of alluded to. That's what Devilwalk wanted to put his credit to.
Yeah.
You know, we know that Na'Vi are a team that have a ton of support behind them. And you see in that interview when Blade even says, like, I'm not one to take attack pause to try to get players where they need to be mentally. So that's something you've got to come to the server with. You've got to find it within yourself. I almost feel like James is sort of that kind of guy as well.
Yeah, I think it's the logic is essentially it's already too late if I have to do that. And I think that's correct. You know, I mean, he's not playing in the server. Like, it's there's no time for a therapy session when you're already live. So that makes sense to me. And, you know, when we look at the upsets that have happened in playoffs and the potential for one today, I feel less like pressure is going to really affect both of these squads. The one question I have, though, for Furia is this is a Yakinder revenge match. This is a quarterfinal to follow Austin, where he really disappeared.
Sure.
And since then, he's proved everything that he could, right? Winning trophies, being amazing in comebacks, in grand finals, everything like that. But again, this is quarterfinals at the major. It's the only thing that could level the pressure up. James talked to Fallen on the All About CS podcast, and there was a lot of good information in there from Fallen, as you know. Just
always.
Gold coming out of his mouth
Yeah,
constantly. And there he said it's really just been his job to tell everybody, which I think is something he tells himself, to stay humble, keep your head down, take it round by round. You see them walk on stage all wearing glasses, and it feels like they're trying to not make light of the moment, but just remind themselves to have joy in each moment as the rounds play out. Because if like he said just now, if they're the team that feel less pressure in this game, they will win.
Sure. Yeah. It's almost a certain playfulness that you've got to bring to the stage. Don't forget why you fell in love with this game. Competitive essence, sure. Having fun is something that's often all too lost. I like that you touched on there too as well. Just remain humble, right? Fallen's a guy who has all the reasons in the world to have an ego the size of the earth.
Yeah.
And yet he doesn't. He doesn't. And
yeah.
as he comes back with this,
Thank the heavens I haven't won as much as Fallen. I would be insufferable.
It's just cool to think that somebody like him can come over and you want to talk about putting ego on the back shelf. As somebody who gave away the op for Molodoy to take over his position. And maybe that, had to be a look in the mirror moment and accepting that if you were going to remain in the server and not take Sid's job as a coach, that things had to change.
And I can only imagine the scrims where Molodoy picks up the op and you go, I mean, I don't even stand a chance. This is my teammate. He's not even killing me, but I already know. This is something that has to happen. But, you know, I think there are some IGLs, they play very well with star players. There are some IGLs that struggle to play with star players. Fallen's one that's played with some of the greatest. He has played with all of the greatest talents in Brazil's history. He's managed that many stars well. Kerrigan's another caller. These are two callers in the Hall of Fame. I don't think it's a coincidence. So when he says, and when Clave has said this too, he brings on a new player, you know, someone who's 20 years old at them or whatever it is, he's there to learn from them just as much as he is here to teach them how to play a modern level of game. Fallen said the same thing about Molodoi. He's here to make room for their ideas too, because we're playing CS2 now. There's no way that Fallen ends up revitalizing his whole career, bouncing back and coming back to #1 in the world if he tries to force his own sort of Counter-Strike mentality, Counter-Strike theory on the rest of his teammates. I've talked to Yakinder about this. He said we've got a bunch of nerds on the team. Everyone finding new smokes, bringing in new ideas. You got to have an IGL that'll let that breathe.
Let's see what kind of new tricks they have up their sleeves for this one. Furia's first gun round nets them the round 4 win. Navi's economy was healthy. That's why you see them come back with everything they need, this wonderful op included. But as quickly as he can buy it, Yakindar's going to drop it towards the top of middle. And not the first time we've seen Furia already look for that foray top mid. That is a wild swing from Makaze. And the fact of the matter is it's just cs2 back towards Catwalk, signing up for this duel. But in doing so, he takes no damage and will regain that man advantage that Furia fought for out of the game. Repeat here for Emet, trying to take the place of Makaze. And he will, in terms of a corpse. And down towards underpass, Alexi holds one back, so we kind of go back and forth, but it's Furia's advantage all the while.
Yeah, I think they overfished that moment when they tried to get into B with the second player. I mean, Imma, maybe when he takes that first peek, doesn't see anything okay. But if you don't expect Furia to have rotated off of that huge scare that Makaze just gave them, then you're kind of assuming they're going to play the situation really badly, which they didn't. So that feels like where the round actually dies. cs2 obviously takes full credit here for sticking to his position back on cap bricks, getting that first kill, and making sure Makaze doesn't catch on fire early. But yeah, this actually is an option.
Timing to end it, but you also offer an opening.
Wait a second, this is definitely a live situation.
Yuri, though, so close to this bomb site, and Navi no other options. They're going to keep trudging along, and both these players beneath half health. Coverage there on the gap. Oh, but he gets cleared, and off of the bomb plant comes Alexi. He's going to need this headshot. Yuri trying to fish this out from behind boxes, but at which side does he peek? That's the question. Yuri's got them dead to rights. It's an opening offered up by Furia, right? That cap push that could have ended the round, well, it almost reopened it.
That's a pretty wild 1v2. It was a great moment for Navi to actually bring that back. So close for them. And I feel they're the team that are going to be able to afford rounds like that last, obviously. And when we talk about the amount of players that can pop off on Furia, somehow Yuri's at the bottom of the list. It's kind of ridiculous. He has put up some amazing rounds in this new lineup.
It's moments like that that remind you, if he's at the bottom of the list, you have a hell of a base on Furia. So, happy to win that one. You know, you also heard that in the pregame interview with Fallen. Whoever feels less pressure and whoever can win the clutches.
Yes.
Well, that's a forced clutch, but Furia's still able to just put it over the line. So, you let it go. And you know now, Navi's money early from those successful rounds has dried up. They'll enter this one with 3 Desert Eagles. As they sit back, we get this confident position here from Yakindar, happy to just spin around if need be. But it'll boil down to the timing. If top mid comes at him, he could just fall off the position. That's exactly what he'll do. Not allow for the underplayer to get anything going. Same as the top mid guys, it seemed. Emet hits the headshot. That's going to get cs2 out from the side of connector, covered by Cats. All's good. Furia happy to sign up for these fights as the Deagle shots ring out. But Navi don't find enough to be proud of.
Gets a touch messy, obviously, but they keep 4 up. And, you know, the other half of this is like, you can get a good shot, push them back, but they know when they don't have to leave. I think that's something that comes with the territory of knowing you're a winning roster. That's the confidence that you have to try to break down if you're Navi before you can even really start winning. So a solid bounce back here for Furia. They're back in the game, 3 rounds.
And so here it comes, Launders. The very first Blade
And we've heard about these tack pauses. We know they're incredibly dense. I don't know if anybody has a better words per minute in moments like these of quality speak. I think Blade was the guy that everyone wanted to know. After tack pauses, what's that team's win rate? I think the only thing that harms that stat is when they do it on an eco and then, you know, you're not sure if that factors in. That's where Math Guy gets you.
It's Math Guy versus Mystery Man.
The director. But there are moments we're watching the game, and there's moments where we would pause. Right? We would say, call a pause. And sometimes we call it out when it feels like a team is not taking those. That felt like a great time to do it. 3 back here for Furia as we get into another rifle.
It's 3 without bomb plants too. And a lot of action towards top mid thus far. Nade with Yuri's name on it. That's gonna drop him. We get this strong ace start out of Furia because Molodoy's ops got a deep angle through the apartments. So just banking on the rookie towards B solo. But with so many players inside of A, you'd think Yuri can just watch this window for eternity. It's gonna take a lot to turn him. And so, as you hear that utility hit the bomb site, he remains locked in. No reason to look elsewhere because of the numbers that Furia have positioned appropriately.
Ooh, no bomb spotted, but the bomb also is in mid trying to get into connector.
Looking to find its way out. Wonderful now wrapping that bomb back around towards the main entrances.
Slight paranoia from Molodoy to see if this is a fake, but in general, they're still leaving him over here by himself. They're still quite confident they knew what the plan was.
Just this constant jump spot as cs2 is tasked to keep his head down. T's coming into this one now with a single smoke canister on Wonderful, a single flash on Bit. Very low utility here at 35 seconds. Could bank on the gun duels, and Bit finds one. Labored effort from cs2. That is not as clean as you would hope for. And yet still, we're back to the 2 versus 2. That bomb gets dropped in the attack to the bomb site. Yakindar's 30 health versus Bit on this bomb site.
Molodoy
goes for the recovery, and as he picks up that bomb, he'll also pick up the frag. Molodoy smoked off. That's a lot of space for Na'Vi, and he writes off this potential mid-threat. It's a done deal.
Okay.
Na'Vi put that squeeze on the A site and come out on top.
Loving the huge plays out of Bit. Another 3K for him and a round on the board off the tack for Na'Vi. Stay flexible, says Bit. Says Blade.
And Bit hears him.
Yeah.
You know,
and this is also cs2. He's taking a minute to put together the spray, but you see who gets the kills, the guy above. So, you know, best case for cs2, he gets 2 back off that play. Maybe he saves his teammate if he peeks out a little early. Look at disapproval up there from Gary.
Here's Molodoy, though. You know, instead of leaving him passive over towards the B-apps, why don't you get him active? Maybe that's why. Because off of a sudden flashbang, Imez got himself 2 easy pickups.
Wait a second, Na'Vi are frying here.
In a round where all the economy for Furia is on the line, they face now this 3v5 with a pistol for Fallen.
That was the heaviest point of the attack. They sit over 2 guns that Furia would like to get back.
Wow, total change of pace as well from Na'Vi. It's the same destination in this A site. Missed off shot could have reopened the threat, but fine is Bit with the headshot towards the ticket side. And that rotation, stomping all the while, is gonna be found with the back turn, and so this one just remains easy for Na'Vi. Off of the squeeze into that bomb site to a well-timed flash, a golden flashbang, and a golden ticket to this 5-3 lead.
Will Na'Vi make Furia regret potentially allowing this veto to happen? Obviously, Inferno is Furia's pick, so we'll see about that. But so far, so good for the team that wins Mirage. This is what they do. I think it's been 6 in a row for Na'Vi on this map. Yep, that's 6 straight Mirage victories before this, including a win over Furia.
You know, you ask, right? Like with the tactical timeouts, we never know if a team focuses in on the round immediately after or the next one after that. And I feel like sometimes Blade's good for the 2-for-1 package. And, you know, the tempo change up between those rounds. Either Alexi's a genius, which I'm not doubting either. But there's a world where Blade comes in and they have that kind of combo set. 2 very convincing rounds for Na'Vi back-to-back. Imez just got a bloodbath queued up. Feast, my friend. Quad kill made easy by way of Furia's pistol. And so 3 rounds for Na'Vi to start, 3 for the rebuttal of Furia, and 3 again here for Na'Vi.
Hey, job's not finished, but this half, they've already met their quota. 6 rounds, they are looking very strong.
And right on cue, huh? 3 more rounds in a row.
Right.
And the opposing coach takes his first timeout.
Oh yeah, we're talking about titans right now, doing battle, heavy hitters. But you know, every time you open the door to communication to your own roster, the other team gets the same. Now the CT response in connector could have been a good play. The fact that there was the instant connector flash with 2 players swinging low. If Furia had seen that coming, they would have opted for something different.
Luckily for us, it's a round where both teams come back with a purchase.
Oh, miss smoke. You know, some smokes aren't on purpose.
On Blade's team?
You know,
30 lashings.
That's yeah, that's an attack pause that's gonna feel a little less potent after that, but early in the rounds might be a non-factor. Question is Emma gonna come through this? There's always a right and wrong time to try something like this. Molodoi is actually quite vulnerable here. Now he's watching.
It would take some nerve. With a second smoke
it's an
down,
invitation.
He sees that as a chance to at least push 1 step closer. And with vision, now the timing could be at any moment. And he gets his fight into connector. Molodoi's got to turn. Oh, but as he looks away, Makaze actually oversteps Ema in for the entry and the 5v4 advantage. Round 10 starts with an opening kill to Na'Vi's favor, one where I feel like there could have been even more depth and decay for Furia to have to handle. Connector players survive that test. Yakindar steps back, sitting on only 50 points of health here. We've got this group up inside Connector. And as they inch their way closer to him, he tries to strike them down, but there has been no answer yet. Yuri's been rock solid within this bomb site, but he too destroyed. And there is not one piece of that defense that goes well for Furia.
Whoa, the machine has started rolling here. K-Serrano, 1-on-5 situation. Na'Vi have dominated mid in these last few tries. Makaze, he does this in front of Emma, made space in front of the smoke, got out and made it 2 frags. You could see that there was a bit of tentative hesitation out of Emma. Once he had gotten in front of the smoke, he thought maybe that's enough. Once he got that spray into connector, but someone survived. It was actually Molodoi who was nervous. Makaze recognized that, and they pick apart the setup. Na'Vi, another heavily doubted team. And they wouldn't be if it wasn't for the fact that this is such a stacked playoffs, right? It's hard to entertain anything except for this, 4 best teams potentially taking this.
Okay.
I was behind him. Not even through this. No luck involved in that one.
Just right on the side of the smoke. Makaze gets blasted to tomorrow. And we haven't seen any big mistakes come out from either team so far this map, so you'd think Desert Eagles shouldn't be enough.
Massive moves being made with very little bits of utility players on weak weapons, but the map control and the player advantage on their side. Gotta be careful now.
Biggest issue we've seen so far was that 1 missed smoke out of Na'Vi. Other than that, it's been a clean, high-level game of Counter-Strike. The right-timed pauses with results off the back of them.
This next bullet could be the round, could be a recovery, could be a disaster.
Versus 3, though, Fallen awaits. Oh, how fast does the first one swing? Fast enough, but still Fallen keeps up. It's Alexi who pays the price for that entry. Oh,
there we go.
Wonderful. Clips K-Serrano on the jump over. Fire's gonna burn Yakindar ever closer. If Emet dies in middle, that would be a gun offered up, but everything's go. Oh,
come on.
What a snap.
Keep going.
And what a close here for Na'Vi. 8 rounds on this T side. From the entries to the solo mid lurk. Everything comes up their favor.
Fear the Na'Vi that are having fun. It's a great spot that Fallen puts himself in, but it's perfectly tradable. It's an excellent second shot from Wonderful, and it's another disaster averted on a round that Furia kind of had going for them. For a second, 5v3.
Yeah. And Blade's seen it all.
Yeah. But this is a sandbox. There's always new rounds to watch.
Pressure top mid out of the gate again here for Furia. And not to mention that double op setup. Molidoy will be found, but can Fallen catch them off guard with the secondary. Yuri's headshot suddenly makes it feel like Furia are gonna find one for the road. But here comes Wonderful. Mistimed knife swap. And as he jumps back into the Tetris side of things, it seems to be good. His teammate picks up a kill. And with Caserado down, Wonderful, whoa, missed. Shot up close, another chance with the big green. And Yakindar keeps that pressure on. A 3v2 for Furia.
No, he's seen 3v2s, called them before, but I don't know. Na'Vi brought them close.
So what's the recovery? The one round for the road. A moment for Furia to catch their breath, it seems, to head into that much-needed T-side pistol with a bit more confidence than what you'd have if you let Na'Vi slide away with all.
12 kills apiece on the 2 players alive here for Na'Vi.
Whoa, that's gonna confirm it. Yakindar's ready, and so he'll lock in his frag. Here comes E-Man, on for the clutch. Great cover here for Yakindar, but it's not enough. Or is it? Fallen able to take that gap shot in order to find the one round for the road. It was a burst of success early for Furia. A 4th round at the tail end, but 4 is all they'll find.
Fazbear's Pizza. Definitely not the Freddy's I remember.
Afghantube Cinema.
This is the original. Nobody's been here for decades.
Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Nu alleen in de bioscoop. Preparation here for Na'Vi succeeds in the face of a Furia that gave us something to talk about early. That string of 3 rounds had no bomb plants within it for the Na'Vi side, but Blade took that timeout, Mohan, and from the moment he took his timeout, it was nothing but Na'Vi until the final round of the half.
Like clockwork, he'd encountered Sids a few rounds later. This is a good look at Na'Vi.
Stay connected, a little more on the situations, and let's go.
And it's true. They have been through it all. They do know how to win from this position. Oh, the only new factor is the circumstances. The major quarterfinal. Makaze, another kill. 7 frags, but also a lot of impact in that first half.
Okay. Oh! Why not? Why not? Na'Vi just find a bit of a freebie there over top of Fallen, forced to call from the sidelines, and that's bomb possession as well, dropped on Catwalk. That could have made things awkward if Molidoy didn't get that instant kill right back.
You know, Molidoy, he had 3 kills last half. He missed that one op shot, and I just kind of skated by it because it's Molidoy. But since then, really failed to stand up with that op. He's going to try to make up for that here in the second half. He'll grab his 4th to make this round a little more competitive. And Yuri will he take a timing? And there's another risk where Alexi could just die because Yuri, normally wouldn't push out, but right now he needs to find something for his team. And Bit has already pushed the A ramp. He's not watching this. Oh, that find is so sweet from Alexi.
Isn't that just lovely? Chance towards Palace as well to have found himself a second. That's gonna,
one bullet. It's art, it's music.
You know what's sick is that Wonderful did it, Alexi did it, Bit did it, and then Imez here as well to find execution with the pistols. Navi's lead grows with momentum at the start of the defensive half.
That was beautiful to listen to, the precision there for Navi in a moment like this. They've got that snowball rolling.
Well, well, well.
This thing's about to turn into an avalanche.
Alexi's the cleanest of them all. Content with that one. No bomb plant means no money. No money means no force buy. Furia gonna try to save it and hope that somebody makes a mistake, but a Desert Eagle entry from Molodoy at 4 kills, 12 deaths on the map. Just doesn't feel like it's his game thus far. Would be a hell of a time to do it. But this is already a supported MP9 by Makaze off of Catwalk. Missed frag grenade while Alexi eats the flash, right? You had a couple pieces of util in your face, and they don't really do enough to stop this Navi momentum. The ball is fully rolling, and Yakindar slammed out of it as 5 players stand tall for Navi, securing double digits.
No bomb plants to work with. I know we got some Finns in the crowd.
You can just tell.
I think I saw a long drink out there.
My Moomin.
This is such a crazy moment for Navi. The team that got to Copenhagen finals and beat up FaZe in what felt like 2 hours.
When nobody expected it.
And here they are versus Furia, the #1 pick to make grand finals.
Did a util here for Yuri behind him, that's fine. He's just gonna play counter flash and try to flex this movement down middle. Window player gets away, and gets away unscathed, notably. Still, flashes kind of interrupt the pace only momentarily. How much of a risk are Navi willing to run? Sometimes they can still feel so risk averse. But when you've got this much of a lead, this much of a comfort zone to work within, why wouldn't you? Just take a look. See if you can find a free frag versus, say, Fallen. Alexi keeps himself tucked into the corner. He's got cover inbound. Makaze dead already. There's the answer back. It's from Molodoy and Yuri. This 2 versus 5 starts to come together. Shots whiz by both directions through that windowsill. 32 health here for Molodoy, certainly not ideal. And we've got Wonderful currently working with that defuse kit. They need an X-Factor moment, and they needed it 5 rounds ago, but they will take it here in the 15th if they have to. Locked into the corner, Molodoy awaits. Oh, and they will close this!
Oh, another incision from Molodoy. 32 health, both frags. Tradable spot, didn't happen. Furia are back in the game.
2v5, just like that. No success out middle for the attack, but the Apartments breaks through.
Sometimes Navi have some low moments. This is a game where it felt like you weren't going to have a round like that. A series of disasters that really took place. They dominated in mid. They had a layup to finish that. They couldn't. But really what's important with a 5-round gap is, does that become 2 rounds? Does it become 3? That's what's on Navi's mind as they take to this one with a couple of concessions. Long grenades, 1 kid on Makaze, Alexi on an MP9.
Ooh, okay, I like this. Layer it up, right? We've seen Alexi a couple times be the solo van play. So instead of Makaze maybe floating out around the bomb site, I thought maybe he'd stick around, but still gonna go towards bench. And at least you get that Colonel defense up against the wall. Little cat play. We'll see what does come their way, if anything at all.
Seeing nothing in the ramp as nades are coming over. So the thing is that they have this push up from Alexi, so they don't have to overreact to the information that they have guaranteed.
What Navi did forfeit was mid-play, and so here comes Furia finding that opening as well. but there's a high likelihood that Na'Vi understand what's coming their direction, and we see that forward press start to fall back.
It's like a high-level read because they actually haven't moved.
More
Doubled up in
utility.
an interesting spot. A-play's coming in.
It's gonna block off the jungle side for Strong out connector. This is where Bit and Wonderful end up, and only one of them can find success, and one is enough. Triple kill from Wonderful. Slows it down long enough for Ema to get into the play. Molidoy 60 health to the top of Tetris. He'll catch one,
right.
but we've got Na'Vi back to winning ways.
Oh, there were levels right there. Bit seeing the nades come over, calling a false flag on the play, knowing that there actually wasn't an A hit, but the CT's not actually moving.
And on top of that, with Bit not finding a kill, Wonderful had to make up for that and does.
There had to be some next level of depth to that read. Na'Vi pulled this one out, and to be honest, it's the mechanics that bailed them out in the end. But they made so much space for their teammates to come in and rotate, playing double on A ramp, and they gave themselves 2 outs to find those trades. Obviously, Wonderful is 1 in a million at the moment. Rare form. And when Na'Vi won that major the first time in Copenhagen, it wasn't off the back of Wonderful. This is a whole different beast.
So Sly to line that up. You know, good on Bit, maybe the damage there. I'll give him some more credit than I did. Softens up that second target for Wonderful that he can commit to the mowdown. Now Na'Vi feel like Mirage was just a foregone conclusion. You're 2 rounds from victory. You've just answered back to the 1 round that Furia have punctured through with on this T side. And you've got all of the economy back.
Still believe in the round, do something. Be positive, okay?
Always be creative.
Looks like that's working out.
It's the cinematographer in him.
And, you know, Yuri had a 1v2 moment. They didn't use X Factor to build momentum in this game, Furia. They have a 2v5 victory as well.
Ooh, bomb drop, that's gonna make it awkward because the timing, it should have been perfect for Mikaze. Now Ima's gonna get jumped on by that Tech 9. Yo, he gets back around the corner, but there's more inside of jungle. And so Quesarado just takes the second target, tethers off connector, Bit turns within it.
Perfect pivot.
50 health here for Yakindar, bomb on his back, and an almost open B site. Just this one flash comes flying out from Market, and that's gonna give him info as to where this CT's at. The trajectory of that grenade gives Yakindar a bit of this picture.
Galil and 50 HP, man. Can you squeeze water from Stone here, Yakinder?
Look at the health on the others. Sure, Alexi's on 100, but Yakindar's, up close and personal.
Play to trade. That's all you have to do in a 3v1. And that's what they'll deliver. Not only does it look like a win is brewing here for Na'Vi, but it's a stomp, it's a masterclass. It's a win in spite of a 1v2 from Furia, a 2v5 from Furia.
And what felt like could have been way more for Quesarado in that moment. If he catches Ema on that reload, on that fallback, ooh, what could have been? Instead, we get this jump out through the window once more. Na'Vi sailing towards the second map of this series.
They're showing this level of prep on Mirage. How bad is it gonna get on Inferno?
Single rifle here for the attack of Yakindar. They're gonna try to just play with the timing by puncturing it out through the smoke. And pressure on the defenders means space taken here for Furia. Bit gets the fade away. We've got the rebuttal. Off of the lesser weapons, it's 3. Molidoy connecting with a headshot. And we have been waiting for him to find his moment. Well, here it could be. Facing the map loss, 7 rounds needed, upgrade found, and now that he sits pretty on this op, with low economy on the side of Na'Vi, do they believe in this 2 versus 3?
I feel as though crazier things have happened for them in this map. But with Molidoy on this gun, surely not.
Oh, that's a great flashbang. Gets the op shot out and finds Fallen.
Oh, you can't miss
Quesarado's
now.
pause on that M4. Well, he didn't, he wasn't able to cover, so now he's got to get the jungle duel, and he does it.
They actually do it.
It all just falls apart. Onto the defuse. 0.2 seconds. That's what was left on that retake. That is how meticulous and fantastic Na'Vi's Mirage just was.
That was beyond a script you could write. Na'Vi come into this playoffs after what we just saw earlier today and somehow stun us even more. What a victory over the team that everyone thought would win this easily.
Adrenaline rushes is numbing the pain. Too competitive, I like the narrative. Battle no facts in the league. Who you comparing with that is competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. Are you moving slow when it's speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. I just been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me. Ready to fight. Let's go. That tick tock go. That click clack go. That tick tock go. That click clack go. Ready to fight, yo. Ready to win. Ready to fight, yo. Feel it within. Ready to fight, yo. Ready to win. Ready to fight.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
I'm winning. I'm shooting my shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one up on one of your sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet, equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
Create a lobby by your own rules.
Blade from Navi, the coach, is here and we're about to break down a couple of rounds from Dust 2 against Spain. It starts with a round 6. Once the kills are starting to happen, especially for Makaze, he's going to get very nice opening on short. I love what Makaze is doing here. He instantly tries to, you know, molly the AWP and Opera is dead. CTs cannot pick it up. Actually DGT manages to snatch it away, but he's taking space immediately, right?
I think here better to do HE instead of Molly, first of all. Then he will get instantly damage, or maybe if he has no time, maybe Op will go.
Fly away.
Fly away.
Maybe you wanted to go for a split, it seems like. 3 guys are ready to go long here.
Yeah, very common round. Entry is good on any map on T side. 5 versus 4, you need to win every time, in my opinion.
This is round 8. This is where I feel like you get a little bit punished by a nice play that Pain is doing. They're having like an aggression towards B where Ime was about to throw a lurk smoke towards B. He gets flashed, and basically Magase is the one that is going to die here. It seems to me like there might be a little bit of panic going on, because on one hand, I feel like Alexi B is immediately reacting to it by, you know, trying to go close and reclaim the tunnel area. Now he's going to get actually, I believe, Mollet from Bit. And that's when also like Ime starts to poke around maybe a little bit too early into the tunnel. Do you feel the same, that maybe we could have waited and actually clear it together with Alexi B from tunnel? Or was this something that Ime just felt right in the moment?
These situations are kind of unscripted, and you need to be flexible. You need to find common ground to be on the same page, which is the most difficult in modern CS. Those teams who play these situations the best are winning tournaments. You tried, maybe it's not the best.
He almost killed him, to be honest. He almost brought it back a disadvantage situation.
Yes, and also you need to play a lot with micro, let's say.
One last situation that I want to just cover is round 11. I think there is a cool micro from your players, very good understanding how to adjust, and you again go for a B split in the end. And I want to notice especially guys in B, because Alexi is going to basically run through middle, again kind of like scripted finish on B. Bit is flashing for Alexi now, and your guys are going to be smoked off in the tunnel. And I love how they actually instantly, as they're smoked, Drin is instantly flashing through and he understands he needs to go. So this is what I love from players when they're initiative and creative enough to understand how to get out of bad situation, because it's not cool to split B with smoke through tunnel, right?
I think being blocked on T side is very common nowadays, and yeah, we just had this kind of reaction protocol what we should do, because they need to go at the same time in that round, which is the most efficient way, right? You should not go one side and then another one. Somebody will sacrifice, others will drain.
It was my pleasure to talk to you about a couple of rounds here. Good luck in the playoffs.
Thank you.
What's the first thing you're going to purchase with the prize money from Budapest?
Lollipop for Jacob.
I would probably buy some gift for my parents. Actually, I really appreciate them always supporting me, so I would choose something nice for them and maybe buy some holiday or something like this.
I'm keeping money. I don't really waste a lot of them.
New PC?
I mean, it's gonna go towards the vacation instantly, that's for sure.
Probably nothing, but I would just keep it in my bank account and lose all the interest on it.
Honestly, probably a Christmas tree to kind of decorate at home.
Maybe hats. Yeah, new hat.
McLaren hat?
Yeah, maybe.
Backpack, Louis Vuitton.
I bought almost everything I wanted with the career I have, so now it's about saving and using it wisely for my life.
Maybe some gifts for my girlfriend? I have no idea. Maybe probably some Christmas gifts, because I need to buy something. Come on.
I will buy some gifts for my family.
Not sure, I probably invested in something.
Probably my car, like the first car, yeah.
Food.
Give my parents all mine.
I don't know, it'll probably end up being some toys for my daughter or something, I don't know.
Hi, Im, welcome to the arena. How are you feeling?
Feeling good, you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. So, Mouse vs. FaZe is being played right now, and you're up next on stage against Peak Furia. I think a lot of drums will be included as well. How are the nerves?
No nerves at all.
No?
Nah.
What about the rest of the team?
No nerves at all.
Yeah?
No.
Okay, that sounds amazing. And you had a few days off. I mean, you probably practiced as well and relaxed in between. Did Blade come up with anything new for the playoffs? Can you tell me?
Obviously, I'm not gonna reveal anything. You'll see it most likely. But yeah, we didn't have off days. We were practicing, we're preparing for this game, and then we just need to see how it goes.
Okay, and how is it feeling?
Feeling good.
Yeah? Yeah, okay. And if that doesn't work, then it's Makaze go kill and nice wonderful.
Exactly.
Okay. Im, what I wanted to know as well, like looking again that you're going to be matched up against Furia now, and they're one of the favorites in this event for, well, in many people's opinion. How do you feel being the underdog in this matchup?
I mean, speaking about underdogs, I think it fits us mostly than favorites, but also speaking about favorites, I don't think in playoffs, at the major especially, it's any favorites. I think it's anyone's game if you play good, if you're on point, and then if you just do less mistakes than the other team.
Right. Im, thank you so much for the answers. I'm not going to keep you any longer. I will let you go to the team and prep, and I wish you best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
One shot before. Only kitchen, Valera. Я выхожу. Kitchen dead. It's short player, short player. Jump down. Я забираю. Cannot be shot. Kitchen one more. You heard kitchen. Maybe window. Dead window. I have kitchen. Con. I have kitchen. One last. Nice! Хорош, красава нахуй. What the freak? What the fuck? Drop it. Pick should be both. Nice. I can flash the swing. I flashed above us. I'm dropping stuff. Flash jungle. 41, yes. I'm going back to kitchen. Chill, Valera. Who's holding her? Nice! Let's go, team ace. Come on, guys. Nice. Sound like.
I just spoke with Sid, the Furia coach, and we were talking about this map. Obviously didn't go at all according to their plan. I asked him about the mistakes that they were making, and he mentioned a lot of basic mistakes. Something that you don't usually see out of Furia, who is like well-oiled team, but he also mentioned that the pressure is really, really getting to them. So in the break time, it's his duty as a coach right now to bring the guys up, and he will talk to them specifically about this pressure, because this is not Furia that we know and love. Let's see how it goes on the map too.
Yo, I found some Brazil fans. You came all the way from Brazil here.
I live in France, but I come from Rio. So being a fan of Furia for a long time, so came here to support them.
What about you?
I live in Portugal, but come from Brazil too, and supporting Furia to be champion today.
Okay.
On the
Can I hear Furia chant?
Vamos ver a Furia ser campeão. A triboneira, meu caldeirão. Vamos Furia!
Furia ser campeão. La triboneira,
meu caldeirão.
Você pra Furia ser campeão.
Na triboneira, meu caldeirão. Vamos Fúria!
Yeah.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, much to the dismay of many Furia fans in the arena, it's actually Na'Vi in cruise control and hardly breaking a sweat in the first map of this series. Incredibly decisive to be beginning their playoffs campaign, and even more impressive, Maui, to do so versus one of the teams that many touted as the absolute favorites to be lifting the trophy here in Budapest.
They are, but there's familiarity, and that's what you do not want to give Alexi. It's not what you do not want to give Blade. Devilwalk talked about it in the pregame, that obviously preparation is going to be key in this, and you would be hard-pressed to look at the entire field of Tier 1 Counter-Strike brain trusts in terms of IGL plus coach and pick a better one, and I feel like Alexi and Blade clearly showed what their value is when they just simply dismantled Furia from so many different angles in this matchup.
And it's the discipline of the players, because a lot of the rounds, when you got pressured as an individual on the Na'Vi side, they only went for the small info peaks, they only didn't really overcommit in any situations, they waited for backup, and then kind of demolished the Furia players one by one. I felt it was just an excellent game from Na'Vi. They never really gave them Furia a chance to kind of kill them. It was always in control from Na'Vi from start to finish. Maybe a little bit in the beginning when it was kind of a brawl and fight for the economy. That's when they kind of shaped up and actually took control of it. Because that T side was exceptional from Alexi B and Blade. Like absolute, masterclass Counter-Strike.
It was indeed. Literally every single player from Na'Vi firing on all cylinders. Sometimes you say, you need a couple of players to come alive. When all five are shooting hard, you're in for a bad time, Maui.
And that's really been how 2024 Na'Vi operated as well. You never really know who the first point of attack is going to be on any of their approaches, and especially on Mirage. When there's pressure from Bit and Palace, when there's pressure from Ima and Alexi towards middle, usually there's sometimes a wild card player that gets into window, sometimes waiting at ramp. I just feel like there's so many different looks, and they all seemingly start so similarly, Devilwalk. When Na'Vi are getting into the situations that they want, creating the game states where they're taking mid, there's so little you can do. It's so constricting to play against a team like that because you, as Furia, don't want to make a misstep and play into wherever the majority of Na'Vi players are, but they disguise it so well where the actual hit is, and even sometimes where the majority of their players are going to be coming from.
Yeah, and having an Opper, having him as the rifler, kind of the X-factor player of this Na'Vi, deliver the performances from the get-go. I mean, we saw wonderful kind of starting off. I think 3 rounds in, he was 9-1. That's the kind of start you need as Wonderful. That's the kind of start you need as Na'Vi. When your star Opper is actually hitting those numbers, it just brings so much belief into that side early on. And they kind of just snowballed with it. They kind of just went with it, and it was impossible for Furia to stop them.
Yeah, should we go back to the first round of this very map? Because you're totally right, Devilwalk. He can do it with an AWP. He can do it with a pistol as well. Wonderful. An excellent start to this map of Mirage.
Yeah, I think we kind of highlighted that Molodoi would be the Opera of this series, but Wonderful is definitely making the case that he should be, you know, the highlight name of this series, because having this kind of start, bringing them the pistol round in probably a pretty awkward round for this Na'Vi side, he was just lights out in this game.
He's just been their best player now for 2 weeks straight, which is weirdly, seems like a short amount of time, but it's just the surge that he's providing Na'Vi, just going above and beyond. The pistol round there, a couple of the rounds where he has the AWP, especially late round situations. I mean, he's brought the mentality that he usually maintains through group stages now to the quarterfinals. This is where Na'Vi become such a dangerous team that can seriously find upset victories versus anybody, because honestly, like, that was really the main hole you would poke into Wonderful's case, is being one of the elite Oppers, is that usually at a tournament, you could just bet on it. You could bet on it, whether it's quarterfinals, semis, or grand finals. He's going to have a huge slip up. So for him to start round 1 and just give himself that confidence, thrust himself into the situation like that, it's everything for Na'Vi.
Yeah, excellent return to form from Wonderful, and the most opportune moment as well. Now, Maui, I know you're a fan of an Alexi B T-side masterclass. You've got a round for us. Why did you pick this one out?
I mean, this was a 4v5 start where Na'Vi lost the opening pick, but I would say this is twofold. I mean, one, the crunch from Na'Vi is excellent. It reminds me of their 2024, where all of the Furia players are caught off guard, but the lack of utility that they used, they didn't actually throw almost any smokes in this one. There was no CT smoke, there was no jungle smoke. They went for all of these fights in different directions, and usually you think that's a flaw. You think that's a mistake, where why are you not smoking off one of the angles that the CTs can get you from? But in fact, it left Furia the ones scratching their heads. They had 2 guys jungle, and they didn't know whether they should fight, stay still, peek, and that, for some reason, these are the kind of little mix-ups that Blade and Alexi B have. These other little just wrinkles in their tactics that make it so hard to play catch-up if you're Furia.
Yeah, and I think, you know, you talked about Blade, the preparation as well. I think this is the Na'Vi. They're the most dangerous when they get this amount of time to prep. They get the, you know, to kind of grind in the details, know exactly, because we saw a lot of these rounds, even that round with Alexi B, he knew Molodoi would be coming from that short side. He knew that he was just waiting and making sure that he's gonna, you know, kill him when he makes that rotation. So it almost felt like they were on the control no matter what, even in that 2v2. And Bit actually, you know, coming alive in this playoff, coming alive in this game. He's been really slow in getting his numbers up and bringing that input for Na'Vi. And if he's continuing to deliver like this, they're an incredibly, you know, it's a devastating team to play against.
Let's put the shoe on the other foot just for a moment, though, because let's be bluntly honest, this was a dismal start from Furia on this particular map. Round 15 comes about, and they do manage to convert a 2v5. And I'm left here thinking, okay, this could be the comeback moment, a moment that Molodoi needed so desperately as well, Devilwalk.
Yeah, he had a terrible kind of start to this game. We saw his frustration. But it's kind of the fact that even in this round, I feel like Na'Vi is playing great Counter-Strike. It feels like Furia needs to hit some amazing shots, kind of scrap their way into a round. Molodoi here, 2 beauties to kind of finish it off. but it was so difficult to get those rounds into Furia's hand. It was so difficult. Every single time, it was tooth and nail. They had to crawl their way back from a difficult situation. And, you know, you're left wondering, you know, if they're going to play like this, Na'Vi, they're going to need to wake up and need to step up on a big scale going into the next map.
And the problem was for Furia, they couldn't sustain that. That was, unfortunately, the last round they won in the entire map. How did Na'Vi clap back instantly after that?
I mean, we could look at the next round. I mean, there's just so many moments where Na'Vi is the team that's being a bit more proactive. I mean, they're emboldened by the fact that their riflers and their Opera are in form, but I just love the fact that in this very similar situation to the crunch that Na'Vi pulled off against Furia, it's Na'Vi who have two players towards the ramp. They're doubling up. They're able to get the one kill towards Palace, cuts off one prong of the attack, and then Wonderful stays alive for such a long time that all of the rotations are able to come in, so Ima gets a clean side swipe on Molodoy, desperately trying to dislodge him. It's just the little extra proactivity that I think Blade talked about live as we had a little quote from him in the game, just being creative, making sure that we're playing on our own terms. That's the kind of stuff that Prime Na'Vi always did, and Furia, for whatever reason, almost were just too reactive in this game.
It's also like when they get that space, it's almost like Furia didn't really know what to do with it, because Na'Vi knew exactly they're going to chase Wonderful. We need to get our rotations. They covered him. They let the kind of space and time almost destroy Furia in this reaction, because sometimes it can be hard if you're left in a fight, you're going up this mid-ramp, maybe you're expecting jungle fights, close default fights, where you're expecting the battles to happen, but they just kept giving them space, and their discipline, the rotations already came in, and it almost became a double crossfire from that Tetris and CT side.
And then, quite literally, the final nail in the coffin, the final round of the game. You know, Furia, they managed to get out on the bomb side, they managed to plant the bomb. We're saying, you know, are Na'Vi going to be saving in this situation? They don't. They have the balls to go for the retake. Pays off.
This is ridiculous. I mean, the fact that it's Alexi B and Makaze as well, I mean, quite unlikely suspects, but I love that they just keep giving themselves more chances, more looks in this kind of round. First of all, Makaze's flashing for Alexi B to peek from spawn, but then Makaze still reroutes through jungle, and you could just tell that Furia were none the wiser. They did not know that fight was going to be coming. They didn't think that timing was going to happen, and they're just caught with their pants down. I mean, like, maybe that is a Devil Walk reference, in fact. It's just the way that Furia looked in that kind of round was just so uncharacteristic of what we've seen from them for the last 2 months.
We can see the Scope GG stats here as well. Siding with Makaze coming into this one in terms of some of the key opening jewels around this Mirage 2. How are things shaping up then as we do move forward to this Inferno? Because as Maui put it, very uncharacteristic form from Furia, but this is their map pick. This is what lays in wait. Gonna have to start on the T side though. What are you thinking, Devil?
I mean, I'm still a little bit scared for Furia, because this is not a map that Na'Vi is not comfortable on. You know, Bit is almost like known for that anchor position on A side, that pit position, balcony. He can be very destructive from there. And I think the only real question mark has always been like the banana side. Have they fixed it for Na'Vi? But Furia, great kind of setups. There's CT side. I love the way they approach banana side on CT. Yakinder and Fallen. It's almost like they're masking that they're 3 people, but they're only really playing 2 on that top banana side. They have so many different variations, and it's beautiful CS to watch when it works for this Furia side, but I'm getting a little bit worried.
I mean, the sponsor odds are getting a little bit worried as well. Now siding just a little bit with Na'Vi. Do you believe in this though? Or do you smell our first 3-map affair here in Budapest?
I would bet on the fact that it's going to go the distance, that we're going to get a 3rd map. Furia have shown me too much this season, and even though their backs are against the wall, I've seen Furia lose map picks in the past. I've seen them been down in series. I mean, they were down again 2-0 in the Thunder pick, BO5, and they were able to bring it all the way back. That being said, though, they did lose Inferno. So that's one of the worrying signs about this one, that, you know, Na'Vi, Blade, they've tasted blood on this matchup in particular. And so I would think that if you're Fallen right now, this is where you have to show your expertise as a leader. Not just as a tactician, which they have in spades in terms of ideas and strategies, but being able to help reset Molodoy, because this guy was just in a hole of himself in terms of what he was, how he was opping on that CT side. There was nothing to show for what he did when he had the AWP in his hands, and that was reminiscent of what I saw at Austin. And that is a very scary prospect for a guy that is already cemented himself as the Rookie of the Year, to go down fighting in this fashion, or really just go down screaming. I mean, you need to show something in terms of actually biting back against Na'Vi here.
It's such a key piece of that Furia puzzle as well. Moldori cannot go big come-ups as well on the second map, right?
No, he's a win factor for them. He's a key player. He needs to be able to bring that AWP down and get some entries going for this Furia side. But Na'Vi, they're so difficult to gain that advantage from because they're so disciplined, they're so structured. So I'm starting to feel like, is he going to get enough of chances to actually get that done? Or is Na'Vi going to be able to block him off with utility and play their A game?
Truly do or die time here for Furia in Budapest. It is time to dive on in to Inferno.
Do or die for a team that so many anticipated making it to the grand finals, if not lifting that trophy again. But we've seen favorites fall on this stage. And so Budapest, here they go, versus up a Na'Vi team that has previously won this very same map over Furia not too long ago. You never tell.
Guys, Na'Vi and Furia is playing.
Who gives a shit? What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about pro players, but he's shit.
Very curious.
Terrorists win. All right.
Come on, let's go. On y va. I wanna be.
Guys, let's go play 3B, 2A. 2A, guys, players close.
Bombi or he will fuck you. Throwing smoke. Is this a retarded stuff? Information.
Shut up.
What? Shut up. Green, info.
Stay.
See.
Other side. One scar.
Bomb has been planted.
Truck.
Terrorists win.
Easy clutch.
Easy cut Kasuka, mate. Oh, you saw me cut Kasuka. Guys, let's go.
No problem, no problem, no problem.
Listen to me. Guys, let's go. Stack Astralis. Follow me, stack mid Astralis, okay?
After we win, drinks are on me.
Believe me, we can kill it. Come here if you want. Astralis stack. Jump on me. Come here.
What? You play for Astralis?
There be.
Blue.
You wanna help? Astralis.
Blue. B.
One on
Monster.
site. He went monster. He's low.
Easy clutch.
Diffusi.
That's why never buy me kits.
Never.
I'm going along.
We have Grizzly in team.
Yeah. Grizzly stuck.
Grizzly stuck. C.
Yes.
Good.
I can push you here.
Okay, push
Okay, bro.
No! One low.
Throwing flashbang. Smoke out.
Vai o comer, Green.
That was a fight.
B
Yeah,
steps.
the car does BB.
Toilet. Bomba.
Who's this guy? It's B.
Bomba.
Fire in the hole.
Easy clutch.
Yeah, on B. Easy clutch on B.
No, 2 minutes. Drop blue.
Blue doesn't need. Give him
Easy drop.
Astralis drop.
Yeah, Astralis drop. What are you doing? Okay, he tried to fast drop and take a K.
Yeah, how do you do this?
Open menu and CTRL plus left click mouse and you drop.
Oh, I have to make a bend.
No pin, just open
Just try
by
SK
menu.
and quit.
Okay.
Open by menu and click CTRL plus left click.
Astralis
Understand?
quit.
Try with some pistol. Astralis drop.
Did I drop?
Look.
Okay. I'm too high for this one. Astralis control for segment.
Astralis control map.
Control F4 segment.
Astralis USP.
They're coming B, let's go 3Bs.
Please go 3A.
Time out, he's coming. Time out, go.
We don't need him, he's trash. We don't need him.
We don't need him. F2 Astralis F2.
Dude, I wanna win this fucking game, man.
He's
We
trash.
will win, we will win. Trust me.
Hold this position. Smoking.
Blue, do you trust me?
Astralis trust. Monster. Oh, it's B. It's B.
Take bot. Take Astralis bot.
I can't play as blue.
Flashbang out.
Let's clutch Astralis.
Live grenade.
Oh my god, bro.
Astralis lose. Astralis peak.
Terrorists win.
Blue, when he will come.
Let's make this race rain. Affirmative. Deploying flashbang. Grenade out.
Terrorists win.
Move it, son. Throwing smoke. Throwing grenade. Throwing fire. Grenade. Throwing flashbang. Laying down smoke. Copy that. Grenade out. Flashbang.
Watch heaven. They come from A. Watch heaven and yes. Bomb is down. Connectors. Correct. Gone. Yellow, go short. Yellow connector. They got a bomb.
Really
Go
laying
ahead.
into them. us. Counter-terrorists win. Now you're right on. You're right on. Move it. Move it. Throwing flashbang. Throwing flashbang. Laying down smoke. Throwing grenade. Flashbang. Counter-terrorist win. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. This is easy. We kill them and then we go home. We will stop your little scout. There's one. I can see them. will win.
Left, Suk. This side.
Terrorists win. We cannot be killed.
But he's not the only one looking for some early contact. As Yakindar locks into a corner that Makaze dominated back on the CT side. Now Molodoy sitting on the bomb site, right? From peeking down middle to now having brackets taken over by Na'Vi. This is a pretty quick play. And he ends up taking damage.
He's
so no
off it,
real
man.
chance at even finding that kill. He-Man's gonna try to mow them down, but Molodoy's got the answer and he's got plenty of support right behind him. The AWP is right back at it. Tech9 comes in for just the one. And so the attack of Na'Vi cut short on the perimeter of that bomb site. When they had Molodoy on the edge of that wall getting whittled down with no chance to shoot back, Na'Vi had confidence, but that dries up quick.
I mean, why is that even happening? Why is that even happening? What's going on, Molodoy? Is he going through it right now? That 1v5 almost happened because Molodoy just missed a shot. We watched that from Imma's perspective. It looked like the winner's perspective. Molodoy was tasked at covering Fallen on a plan. His death should have resulted in Fallen's death. He was covering more HP, easy op shot, everything, didn't hit it.
And the more rounds they win, the more pressure gets applied out of the gate. Furia no longer playing like they're at a damn near 10-round deficit, because they are merely 2 rounds away, and yet again with the 5 versus 4. And you add up all of the grenade damage that Wonderful and Alexi have already had to stomach. I think you see in that, player reaction, there's no timeout being called, and Alexi, there's almost a franticness to him.
Yeah.
And I tried to allude to that cool, level-headed Na'Vi that is coming into the server to try to, usurp all expectations.
Okay.
But now we've got Furia in the server.
They're shedding the scar tissue somehow. They're giving themselves chances. They're going off the back of really good starts. Excellent utility falling into place, establishing banana control as you need to on CT side. The tests are getting easier. Na'Vi peel back at 45 seconds. Furia get 1 round away from tying this game.
This is a Furia that has been forced to build one another up as these rounds are getting collected, but does it also come together while Na'Vi start to break each other down? A little doubt in your teammates goes a long way for your opponents. This shot, as the save is on here, last 15 seconds. I mean, Furia, they've built up a decent buffer. I'm curious how much they're willing to throw at a Na'Vi who cannot afford to die after time.
Yeah.
And it looks like that's the one player sent to his death. Yakindar out on an expedition. Time fizzles out. Furia, a 1-round game.
1-round game.
This is 6 consecutive round wins of a CT side after losing Pistol.
That's a quick response into the second half to make this game real. They took it 1 round at a time. They brought us this far now. It's just about landing the somersault. They've done the hard part. They're in motion.
Yes, sir. And of all those rounds they've won, only 1 was demanded of their retake.
I'm still seeing some moments where you're like, are you going to miss again? Are you going to give up another golden chance?
Molodoy will try his damnedest to avoid exactly that. But sometimes easier said than done. Right now, Yakindar's looking at it. And shots don't come back his way, but there is presence from Na'Vi on the other side. He goes right back and will cut down Wonderful. There is the push through the smoke, though.
Oh, an answer. Makaze.
weaponized for the answer. And that's going to get that Molodoi op rotation instantly moving over.
It's actually an interesting situation for Na'Vi. They want to move quickly out of this idea. They're actually calling out the rotation to be reclaiming of banana control after Mikaze dies a little earlier than expected. Now pressure on the two Brazilians over on the A side. Full force attack coming in.
Bit sitting here ready to just blindside cs2. Yuri and cs2, the teeth of Furia, sit and wait. And they'll cut down two players immediately, 4v2 advantage. That's all they had to do. And as they look for more, cs2's got the headshot onto Bit. Even into another clutch attempt, but taken down to 30 health, and still he can't clear Pit.
Wow.
Yuri dunks it on him, and with two players alone inside of that bomb site, we have a tied game.
I just love, they play together, perfect chemistry. They cannot find cs2. Bit's up there in halls. He's like, when is this guy gonna peek? I don't know if he ever saw him. Tried to never forget about it, but because Yuri had this line towards the site, they knew that from the perimeter of the bomb site onwards, as long as they had this trap wire, then cs2 could get involved. He doesn't have to go and search out information unsafe. Two longest standing members of Furia still on this team, showing off their chemistry in that moment.
Again, freed up for these moments, but he hasn't really been able to get anything going from it.
They're buying him rounds, though.
Right.
You know, I'm calling out all these moments that are weird from Molodoi, absolutely, but he's got a team, and that's the story of Molodoi. It's not just been him. He's just one of the few elite operators that actually justifies his position and his gun every round that he gets it normally.
Which is why it feels so bad when we get one of these anomalies. The rest of his team has given him the time. So opportunities just keep on coming, even if the kills don't. We hit a minute. Na'Vi laying down the few utilities that they still have. There's nothing actually behind this. You can see Furia just trying to keep that pressure on. There's been a lot of damage done through smokes. Those frag grenades that sail down middle or banana have found their marks. You know, more often than not, Na'Vi are committing to a bomb site softened up. And this time they're going to try something different. Heavy emphasis out through the balcony. And guess what? Exactly. Yuri's not within that. That's exactly where you'd anticipate to find him. Instead, he's layered up inside of the bomb site with cs2. Wonderful's opening kill. And Bit's got one right there with it. Molodoi tests the waters on the side of that smoke as Mikaze is behind them. And he will execute both. Not missing his moment. Bomb planted to the depth of the site as Fallen tiptoes his way to his fallen comrades.
And suddenly we're reminded how close Na'Vi are to the finish line. Just an eco. They have improved a lot in the second half. A pistol and this force up. But they keep the lead. Doubling up on the site, no one in pit. Maybe not the safest position. Two frags on the defense. And Fallen here to punish. Wait a second. He can run
7
it.
seconds. Oh, he's on it. Wait. No, I think he may have this. Get back in the server right now. It's so close.
He's got it.
That is decades of experience. And a Na'Vi that played one step in advance.
He found a needle in a haystack. A position to just guarantee some exits. Everyone running at him. And with a sliver of red, he pulls out this defuse.
By what amount of time?
No way.
Crushing. Crushing.
No way. Na'Vi do not keep the lead. Oh. Ima almost getting a 1-on-5. That felt like the great tragedy they avoided. This one for 11. This one comes to fruition here for Fallen, and it's Na'Vi who have to bear the brunt of it.
Jump up on top of it. How the hell do you recover from that one? Furia probably feel like gods. With Counter-Strike coursing through their veins. This comeback is the kickoff of Furia's playoffs.
That was divine intervention in favor of Furia. The godfather of Brazilian CS to receive.
Maladoy finds the opening again. Na'Vi are close to this bomb site. They'll try their hand once more. But the pressure is too immense, and Furia on the brink of a 12th round. Eman's got the kill back. Bit got one. At the very least, there's the swing from Wonderful. And with so we go back to the 2v2.
Yeah, falling fast on the flank. He's got the clues. He knows he can get the lead up. Maladoy to join up with him. This could mean everything. Bit and Wonderful have done amazing work in these moments.
Smoke in front of Fallen. Wonderful keeps eyes on it. Instant execution. And so Na'Vi come back from the brink of embarrassment with Maladoy stepping forward. It's Navi's 11th round as well.
We're looking for every round on this game. And a high likelihood of overtime at this rate.
You said it a round ago. We had almost forgotten how close Na'Vi were to semifinals because of the nature of this comeback. But they are yet again right on the brink of this.
And this is the most honest round win. Everything they have to work with, trades going down smoothly. This one feels sustainable. It's extra special to win this way for Na'Vi. They don't want to do it on freebies, ecos that go wrong on the setup for Furia. They want to do it the hard way. That's always been the Na'Vi way.
But with that, does Furia start to feel themselves a bit of a shell of themselves? No peek from Maladoy this time around over on brackets. Whoa, nades go over Makaze, but one lands right on him, so not an easy job, but just as much damage for Yakindar, so this round stays damn near even.
The two firecrackers of the round going head-to-head in openings. Both down by half. Yakindar lost out to Makaze on this previous round, an instant trade. Let's find out about this story.
Right on it again, but remember when he allowed them to get so close. There's been points.
They're pressing up against the glass right now. They want to threaten. They want to draw grenades out. Na'Vi know this is a pressured moment. People are going to be insecure. They're going to make mistakes.
40
They're going to get nervous.
For somebody's 12th round.
Right now, the pressure is subversive here for Na'Vi. There's not actually vision here for Furia.
Still just sitting here, still just waiting. He has been sat here passive for 20 seconds now, and the targets, they emerge with a headshot. Makaze's got him. Bit onto Quesarado. Yuri's got to go above and beyond, and instead he burns down to Eman's finish. It is a 4 versus 2 secured here by Na'Vi, and Fallen's miracle may go down in vain.
Maladoy.
Missed shot.
On his favorite line. Ready to take a frag and fall back. Bullet between the eyes.
All while his counterpart in Makaze.
And it's not
Rookie for Na'Vi. First major playoffs. Walks around that corner, and I swear to God, the bullet came around before he did. Bested inside of that A site.
Someone's not getting sleep tonight. Na'Vi are on for the 2-0.
And that is a tsunami of relief washing over Na'Vi.
And that round is the best yet. They get a sustainable victory in that last one, a full rifle. Despite nearly winning the eco, they win another on A. They do it now even better.
Whoa. And Yuri, who's been able to have heroic moments from inside of that pit, this time can't manage all the heat on his own.
Furia were not playing with power in this round. They were rotating around their perimeter. They were responding with utility when they didn't see anyone. They were afraid of phantoms. They didn't have vision. They didn't have man advantage. All they had was Maladoy on his favorite angle.
Which for so many of their best moments this season has been enough. Not tonight.
Could have been a clip to save them. Fallen's given them a gift in this game.
Don't forget the clawback that has already occurred in this game.
Feels like Fury are playing to win this match. They're just playing for a third map, and that might not even happen. Full buy, round 24, both teams.
8 rounds in a row for this CT side to even make this game competitive. Unlike some of the others who have fallen in their quarterfinals, Furia have already fought back. But there is no way that they want to leave this event in this nature. 1 round to overtime. And you've got to stare your opponents in the eyes. You have to remain brave if you're Yakindar. Makaze, who cracked that whip over on short side into Molodoy's head, could be the death of Yakindar if he's not careful.
I'm sorry, but his impact goes beyond the numbers in this series. The round where he skipped past him in an underpass to get those kills in connector on Mirage, they turned that into a map win. Makaze here going head-to-head versus Molodoy, trying to take out Yakindar. He's ready to win.
He's got the utility to offer. Oh, but it goes beyond. Na'Vi are playing ahead of the timing, and even though it doesn't get damage, what that could tell you is that Na'Vi had a chance to catch him off guard. He'll dive back into the cover. This is a Yakindar who is momentarily working pretty much alone.
But look at the fog of war here for the T side. 40 seconds. Na'Vi are working. Are Fury responding?
Do they want to pop through this? There's another layer of support inbound in Caserado, but you can see his concern for the Arch side.
Bit's here to catch a push. No one's coming down mid. No one's up in halls at all.
Could be the boost that stops them in their tracks. It could be Caserado to chew through them. But one crosses over the pit, makes a lot of noise in the process. That's Caserado's one. Ballin collects his as well. And still there's that member over towards Orange. Caserado's position.
Okay.
Fantastic. As Furia survive this test and push this to the overtime rounds. Na'Vi's falter.
They get another chance to do it. The third rotation over to B, that's enough. They call out Na'Vi's idea. Na'Vi have not proved themselves on this side of the map. A was working out very well. And I'm sure there was a part of Furia that were scared to rotate because they know Na'Vi had an open wound that they could abuse, that they could get over there and make him pay. But they did make the key rotation. I still don't like that it's a passive rotation.
Sure.
I don't like that we're not reclaiming top banana with kills, flash tactics to take back mid control. There's still not enough here. A map win will disprove that, I promise.
You know, Molodoy's inched ever closer to these opening moves. No, wait.
What in the world?
No, wait. He gets past this. Okay, hold your breath.
Oh, this is a round in the bag if he plays this right, but his support dies behind him.
The bomb gets picked up by Email on the ramp. Fallen's gonna cut off the bomb. Oh, he lets it go.
Yeah, because how can you take that when you know 3 guys are gonna come back at you? You don't know if there's more. Fallen.
What does he get from this? Line up on 2. The rifle works wonders. And so right back into the position that he hid from them originally. Na'Vi scrambling to recover, will at least get that kill in the 3v3 that comes with it.
This round's not over, but another gift from Fallen means this round's possible for Furia. Even though Yakindar died, Na'Vi probably thought they had this one in the bag. And this is where you want to see proactivity from Furia. They're worried, but 3-on-1, will that be possible to stop? Yuri's in his spot.
Oh, that's the right answer previously, but Yuri again giving them that space, leans back. Player over top of the balcony hits the ground. Oh, Bit saved it. He thought he'd have a chance the first fight before Bit would kill him. He was wrong.
No way he can make this push, surely not.
He's right on the edge of it, and he knows better. So he will sit on the other side of this. And what are Caserado and Molodoy meant to do? Priming themselves for the retake. Utility over top. Missed Molotov. We can't afford this now. And that frag grenade would have also landed on top of Bit, but it would have just been damaged. The attempt is in vain. Na'Vi strike first in OT.
Na'Vi will not give up this lead. Fallen's play, I mean, it couldn't have been better. 2 moments in this game that are inexplicable. You never see a spot like that getting played. He could have dropped the bomb right away. He tried to milk that for everything that was worth because 1 back would not have been an even play. 1 back with the bomb down with that much time on the clock wasn't enough. He gave his team 2 frags. He even stayed alive a little longer. But where are the rest of the players on this map? He gets this, he falls back, no one's moving. All that happens is he dies in a trade and it goes back to a 3-on-3. It's too stale. It's too calcified from the CTs. It's too uninspired to win this game.
Oh, while Na'Vi show us evolutions and individual abilities. It was a confident move back to that A-bomb site. And unfortunately for Yuri, he picked the wrong duel, right? You would have heard Bit fall off of the balcony. Oh, what could have been. But there's no time to dwell on the past. We're right back at it, and Furia remain under pressure. Flashes getting them closer to Banana as Molodoi sits on an angle. And it's not the first one that he has sat on passively, hoping that enemies step forth into that scope and fall.
I want to see him make pick plays.
Sure.
I don't want to see him start passive. Here he's got some vision, but
Now
once he loses it, what's next?
You know what's wild, Launders, is we've seen him kind of get ever so brave, taking peeks down middle from time to time at the start of the rounds, but there's never anybody on the other side of that scope. Na'Vi do a good job of dodging it at the start of the round, and we don't see him go for those in the middle or late rounds.
Their game plan has remained shrouded, absolutely. And Na'Vi and map control have absolutely dominated. Before the attacks even come in, it's Furia playing from behind. Look how much space they've given up. This is not a good-looking map, Connor.
Molodoi again, this is your chance. And so, to strike down Makaze is a bit of revenge. But what's it all worth? Because Ime, with 22 kills to his name, finds that 23rd.
There's enough time to split B.
Yes, sir. And you see this scrambling Yakindar running back into the spawn. But if he lets his guard down, he could get blindsided as well. Stomps back over towards the B site.
Yakindar doesn't know what to do. He's pushing back in.
One will not be enough for Molodoi, so a second one is great. There's Yakindar on the edge of the smoke, and Molodoi's triple kills found. That off is rock solid this time. Furia answer right back in OT.
Oh my goodness, from outside, from the perimeter of the map, finding a way back into that round. The thing I'm a fan of is Molodoi right there, at least delivering. Flashback off his angle from the car peak. Felt like it was going to be all too passive, but he punished Makaze. He turns it into a multi-frag, and even though they were playing games with Yakindar, they did have him running back and forth from A to B in a moment where he wasn't exactly sure what would be next. He still comes through at the right time, delivers on his push. Imma makes it scary, but it's all survived. Nothing matters on this map now. Not how you lost rounds, when you lost rounds, as if you win the map. That's all that matters. And Furia do just that. Let me tell you, the uncomfortable situations have not ended here. Molodoi, 4 frags.
Hell of a time. We were talking about how the individuals on his team were just going to give him more and more runway. But those opportunities for Molodoi's impact have come and gone. Not this time. Rock solid in the back of that bomb site. Double op evolution here for Furia as well in the final round of their OT CT side. When you think that Molodoi was just here, got a 4K, and then Fallen starts the round by going for ambitious wallbangs, is that all meant to scare you?
Absolutely.
There's no way they know that this is Fallen instead, but he's gonna also have to pay the piper. Frag grenade finds him, half his health is gone, and this is the play that they were trying to set up. Does it work?
Well, let's see if they're suspicious about this. Flash comes in, shots missed. Molodoi tried to punish.
Now they'll know. But still, Yuri at least able to capitalize on that one. We've got a 5v4 here for Furia.
But I like there's no single point of failure. Even though that shot gets missed, there's another response, right? That's what's so good about Furia on their best days. They can make bad situations worse. Here's a moment for your Kinder. He's got to be careful with that AK. He's not getting spotted.
Oh, he's just locked in. Blindsides Makaze. And also on top of that, sees no support. Makaze operating on his own there. Na'Vi are suddenly going to feel like they have been found out. And what you have left is a Hail Mary attempt to take over this A-bomb site. So again, banking on Yuri sitting inside of that pit. Molodoi, they know there's 2 ops. A retake, would it be disastrous? Yuri collects the kill to Alexi. Ime's been blind this entire time, but Alexi gets a kill from beyond the grave. And as Wonderful gets one back off the bomb plant's right there immediate.
It's Wonderful on center stage. Smoke goes down, looking for an early kill.
Gives himself room.
He's trying to bait out a push. The smoke is a little bit off, turns around.
Oh, it's right there. But he slipped in. And so Yakindar's gonna have this long wrap back around.
You think this is gonna be the ace in the hole, but Wonderful is going one step further.
Starts to come back though, worried about the walk up on the bomb site. Smoke's about to fade. Oh, and it's perfect from Yakindar.
He got there early. He walked the entire way, but he made sure to do that as quickly as possible. One idea, follow through.
Slips that net.
Yeah.
In a matter of milliseconds, gets up into the boiler.
So,
2 rounds in overtime for Furia. They have a lead.
They have the lead. Between the 4K that we saw from Molodoy, and I want to say the X is on the map this time around. They get the kill in halls. They get the kill at the top of, or down Banana with Yakindar's play. It's the first time that Furia are actually being aggressive and successful in I can't remember how many rounds. Now we switch over.
Feels like they've been building up to this point. We've got to remember what Na'Vi were able to do back on their own CT side. It started with so much success and pressure from Makaze getting down into Banana. You know, but do you have the confidence to get right back to it? It's been a long time since this was your task, but Makaze seems content to step right back into the challenge, and he will be able to find himself locked into the cubby. And when he was last here, Molodoy's op was barely a threat. That first half was a damn near non-factor. Things have changed.
A reshuffling here from Na'Vi, and the last thing, man, the last thing we want to see here from Furia is them playing with the clock again. Took a shot. Okay. No win B off of that. Don't play with that clock, Furia. They're sure-footed in this moment. 30 seconds. Late Molly could come down in front of them, but this exec is coming through no matter what.
Molotov meets them. Oh, okay, Serrato's forced to go through it. It's a one and done from Wonderful. Makaze's down to 15 bullets in that magazine, and there is no support nearby. And that had to have been his big moment. Instead, Fallen clears that bomb site, and a late arrival from the CT spawn could actually get cut down short if they don't anticipate Yakindar. And right now, it doesn't look like Alexi's ready. No, sir, blindside.
Okay. That's a response. And a map point secured, surely. Ima tucked back. The man who has almost made magic happen in this game. No chance to go for this. And lest we forget the mountain of a comeback that Furia made to get to this point. Just for a chance to close this game in 3. I guess after seeing Kerrigan survive to get this far into playoffs, you're thinking, never give up hope.
Fallen's pregame said that the team that would win this matchup would be the one that can handle the pressure. And Furia in this head-to-head, well, the pressure, it felt insurmountable. Lesser men would have been crushed by the start from Na'Vi. Oh, missed chance there for Na'Vi to strike one down in the apartments.
Oh. Quick peek in, they push that back. Na'Vi 2 rounds to give us another overtime, or Furia, they bring us to a 3rd. They get revenge on Inferno.
Whoa,
and it
Wonderful.
starts.
Just a bit too slow to step into that angle.
You just love to see Molodoy launched into these spots.
He has come alive as this game has gone on. Makaze missed chance as well to find his answer towards that B site. It's a lot of space given over to Furia, and they still have a lot of time to work this. Also tethering off of the 2 players over towards the apartments. Remember, that is where A site, they end up getting that opening kill. But just flexing a threat towards Banana is gonna keep this defense divided. Smoke meets Quesarado. Utility has not been enough to deter him in the 1 round prior, so he will step through that yet again. And Makaze comes out of the CT side. Great flash, but not enough. Quesarado cuts down 2. Furia with a massive advantage in the face of Navi's massive lead.
Fallen's smoke push was not for nothing.
Maladoy on the angle to end this. So many missed shots. But remember why we're here. Fallen and that defuse. The way that Na'Vi could have pushed off bomb site to close and to secure those semis. This map slipped through their fingertips. And in contrast, Furia will stand tall. They will straighten the crown that was knocked off kilter with that loss on Mirage. And the world's number 1 will bring a test to the challengers tonight.
8 years to get back to the top for Fallen, and he's still got some new tricks. 2 rounds of Deus Ex Machina to make this happen, and now a chance on map 3 to do the unthinkable.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust.
What? What nice knife.
Wait, here.
Go, kill him.
Wait, man. Nice knife, bro. Wait, man, don't go.
Kill him, okay. Midi ori low. Midi ucap, okarni ga low. Ori ga fully. We just kill it on knife job yet got.
Got you from the man.
Oh, they take D. Давай, хаму амqanat.
First time goes 3 B, guys. B players buy nades and molly. Come on.
Yellow, you play A?
Yes, I play.
Buy nade, bro, and throw middle, please. He will die. Go double nade. Mid.
Okay.
Buy kit.
I have kit too.
Gear up. We're going in.
You guys grenade and come back. Go peek, okay?
Yes.
I molly's close, guys.
Fire in the hole. Throwing fire. Grenade out.
One is well low.
Be clear. Come back.
Oh fuck.
Incendiary.
Ramp.
Throwing smoke.
Nice.
Decoys out.
Mexico in middle.
No, please.
House on the smoke. No problem, guys. We're strong. Chill.
Don't fucking peek,
Go.
Uh,
I have a smoke, just stay inside.
Yellow,
Go.
don't-
Push
don't
middle
pick
with
mid
grenade
mortar.
now.
Okay.
It's not bad. It's just fucking.
Let's have at it, mate. Throwing a grenade. Grenade out.
Switching guns. Wait, switching guns.
Bomb has been planted.
Yes. Inside, left. He jumped down left.
Diffusing now. Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win. Yes. Allez mes amis. Grenade out. Grenade out. Look up.
Safe.
Live grenade.
Flashing, go big.
Flashback. Bomb has been planted.
Molly. Smoke the bomb. Smoke the bomb. Smoke the bomb. Suka blade. Smoke the bomb, idiot motherfucking shit. You're dead. You have no time. Go. You're dead. It's behind you.
Terrorists win.
Motherfucking shit. Smoke the bomb. I smoke the bomb. You have the smoke. Fuck. Fucking shit. You smoke the bomb, motherfucker.
Counter-terrorists win. Let's go. Let's go. Live grenade. Throwing a grenade. Throwing smoke. Flashbang out. Throwing fire. Grenade. Throwing decoy. Grenade out. Flashbang. Smoke. Counter-terrorists win. Dynamo. Laying down smoke. Throwing grenade. Grenade out. Grenade. Throwing flashbang. Smoke out. Deploying flashbang. Incendiary. Incendiary out. Counter-terrorists win. Champion. Allez. Smoke. Throwing flashbang. Throwing fire. Fire in the hole. Smoke out. Flashbang. Grenade out. Incendiary. Put up a smoke. Grenade out. Counter-terrorists win. There you go. Let's get in and get out.
Push.
Shut the fuck up.
Segmenting.
Okay, everybody. Second mid, balcon, apartments 2.
Shut up, yellow, you are dick sucker.
Push mid. Go long.
Mid short A.
No, mid short.
Second mid, apartments, balcony 2.
Yellow side.
Mid short A.
We must work together.
I'll report both of you for toxic. Enjoy plans.
Decoy.
Okay, I wait.
I'm throwing a grenade.
You won't wait.
He's a top. Dead.
Arar.
Bedroom 1.
I'm laying down some smoke.
Long one.
One ups, balcony.
Yellow, why you don't
One long.
kill ups, idiot, dick sucker player?
Flashbang.
Short one.
Where is bomb? On the bomb.
Plant.
Plant, plant.
Bomb has been planted.
problem, no problem.
Yellow, why
Yeah,
you
no
suck?
problem.
Okay, okay.
Can you
He's
suck
gay.
my dick?
He's gay, bro.
I'm joking, my friend.
I'm gay too.
We've won already.
Enjoy this bomb, bro.
Bro,
Okay, okay. Both of you.
Grenade. Grenade. Flashbang. Throwing flashbang. Throwing smoke.
I'm a.
City left.
Terrorists win. All right. Bomb has been planted.
Yellow, suck his dick.
Okay, very good. You be
Suck
ready.
his.
You take 1 week, bro. 1 week.
Yellow, listen.
You listen, bro.
You have good AK, let me see your AK.
Listen. Check your profile tomorrow. Have fun until next week. Enjoy. Enjoy, bro. Enjoy.
Okay.
You and Orange enjoy, bounce.
Okay.
Trash talk more. I'm toxic. You toxic from first round.
Yellow, why you
You
toxic?
scream and toxic from first round, and then you call me that I'm
Yellow,
toxic.
yellow, listen,
How I'm
listen,
toxic.
listen. Yellow,
Don't tell
listen.
me listen. Get this
Listen
report.
to me, please.
Get this
Listen
ban.
to me. Let me tell you something, bro. Let me tell you
Relax 1
something.
week. Relax.
Let me tell you something.
Relax.
Let me tell you something.
Relax.
Let me say.
1 week ban, bro.
Let him
Let me tell you something.
Enjoy 1 week.
Let me tell you something, Yellow.
Hey, bro.
Can I tell you something?
Throw your PC from window. Throw your PC from window, bro.
Can I tell you something?
No, never. You're too toxic.
Okay,
bro.
just shut
Enjoy
up.
the
Shut
ban.
your fucking mouth and play.
Enjoy the ban. You will shut
Okay,
up for
shut
1 week.
your fucking mouth and play.
Okay. Yes. More.
Okay, shut the fuck up and play, I'm telling you. If I can't tell you something, just shut your fucking mouth and play.
Ban.
Okay, you will suck my dick 1 week.
Never.
Well,
GG guys, come on. Stop fucking, let's go play, let's go in.
Let's go. Fire in the hole. Let's throw the flashbang. Fire in the hole.
Unless someone kill A. Game, man, game me game. Go, go, go.
Molotov out. Flashback.
Molly, banana, Molly. Molly. Hey, push.
Grenade. Throwing a flashbang. I'm throwing a grenade.
Give a smoke.
Throwing smoke.
Smoke city.
Smoking. Throwing flashbang. Burning to the ground.
Give me a smoke. Give me a smoke. Where's the smoke, man? Idiot, you're a motherfucking idiot. Give me fucking.
Counter-terrorists win.
Why? Let's go when we need one. Don't fucking push like this, you die.
I'm throwing a grenade. I'm throwing a flashbang. Smoke.
Getting killed too. A guys, come on. Come on, A.
Planting. Bomb has been planted. I'm laying down some smoke.
Is B. Don't pick. Better. Just split them, don't pick. Just hide. Have flash.
Terrorist. Yes. I do enjoy this.
Voor maar €9,95 geniet je nu van een Big Mac menu. Met zo'n lekkere prijs doet niks ermee toe. Een heel menu? Voor minder dan een tientje. Je kunt altijd rekenen op McDonald's.
Wondering how. After all the gifts from Fallen, after the fact that they survived that massive comeback, I mean, they must have been over the mood going into that break. How does it all fall apart again so quickly?
Yeah, here we are, 7-1, Na'Vi over top.
It was Na'Vi to get one round the last time they played Furia on Train.
It's not even that long ago.
No.
Talk about an evolution. You know, we had that Molodoy TeamSpeak clip where he said, guys, I've sucked for 2 maps. This one's going to be the difference. And that was off of the back of his 2K when him and cs2 were successfully able to hold that outer yard. It is the one and only time that Furia's defense has stood this test. And cs2 remains at the top. He remains adamant about playing close on T-Con. The problem is, Mikaze just kind of keeps slipping the net, attacking them from the side.
Very true.
And so Mikaze lingers outside of T-Con this time, stands on his ground. Fallen's going to be far removed from anything that goes down on this B bomb site, but Molodoy, you have got to be able to offer us something if the attack comes B.
I love the lay of the map right now for the CT side with the Fallen push. Doesn't really have to go too far until a few more seconds from now where it should be no... And this comes back to get checked. The problem is with Na'Vi, they can come back to Ivy Lake. They're one of the few teams that will really run that kind of risk. Fallen's trying to be as careful as possible.
Oh, you've got to time this to perfection. Within the windows that Wonderful gives you, but now is the Opera's going to have hands busy.
He's playing this like Indiana Jones. The boulder's coming down towards him. He's trying to find his gap, but it gets dodged.
And now Wonderful knows that he's freed up to throw his utility, so over top it'll sail. cs2 still pressing forward, but needs to start inching back. He'll get caught. Bit walks right through that smoke with his. Is it Yakindar's chance to shine? Cut down to the half HP. Molodoy arrives on the scene, equalizes this 3v3, and Yakindar catches another. All while Yuri's eventually gonna get here. They can't find him fast enough, but eventually they will. And now Yuri trying to attack with only 10 seconds left on this clock. They could line up. Bomb drop. Oh! Mikaze recovers.
Stay saved by Mikaze.
Entry or a clutch. Again, this outer yard belongs to him. And it's not endless amounts of frags, but it's the right kills at the right time.
Only Fallen. Just like when we saw him push Inferno Banana and his team wasn't really working around that. Here's another place trying to do it all himself. He's going for it. They try to organize around it. But almost every round, one thing that's weird for me is we're seeing cs2 floating outside every round. And all the positions he's finding himself in for himself are working out great. He's getting the first kill, he's surviving, usually. But it's a spot where they're not like turning this into like a totally dominant position. And here, a walkout comes to punish cs2's position. By the way, I just love the change up in general. I love the fact that Wonderful at 40 seconds is checking his Ivy flank just in case Furia are gonna get curious with anybody. They've got everything in position. They're moving carefully and meticulously. They're just sucking the life out of Furia, who want to make something aggressive happen, but no, every time they try, they're going to regret it.
He sees that up close, tries to go for the kill in the back, but at least just tells Mikaze, there's one that threatens me on the push. Email walks out again, right? Just these walk contact moments coming through with headshots for Na'Vi. Fallen will try his damnedest, that long-range 5-7 headshot. Not half bad. It opens up an upgrade here for Yakindar. What can he cut off? That's the bomb right in front of him. But that bomb's not alone, and the pack behind it are now ready to go in any which direction. 4v1. Na'Vi challenge of Furia tonight. In what could have been closed on Inferno in more than one round. We thought that once we got to train, Furia would be fired out. Instead, Furia may just fizzle out. Mikaze's got another one for the road, his third kill on this round as they make quick work of this light buy from Furia. It is light work for Na'Vi.
It's insane. It's insane what we're seeing, and I mean, it could be characterized as total collapse, but you've got to give so many points to Na'Vi for their game plan right now. The amount of easy kills that they're getting, the amount of times that Furia players are flashed, blinded, spinning in circles, trying to make up for a situation they didn't realize was happening so soon, innumerable. It's a bit of both.
It's Rifles again here, fighting for anything. 3-round CT side. That is a damning half. I don't care who you are, you feel so insignificant when you look up at that scoreboard right now. Furia.
It is interesting, even when Na'Vi were losing that lead back on Inferno, we never really talked about them tilting or starting to get less confident. Exactly. It never felt like that, actually.
There was like a split second where Alexi looked a little frantic, but that's fine. It was a high-pressure situation. Cool, calm, and collected. Clinically cutting down Furia here on train. cs2's tried a whole lot of different looks in terms of holding this outer yard. Has only been successful once. Fallen, thrown forward.
Countered every time. They're just a little farther back every single time.
And they do a great job of dodging Furia's opening moves.
Here's cs2 floating again.
Attempts at threats. He will take the shot to Ime. Bit doesn't walk out through that smoke this time around, so cs2's allowed to live. But again, you know, Maui Snake had the praise for Mikaze because he could always still find somehow to attack you from the back line. And as the front of that A-bomb site held momentarily, Alexi B still finds the solution and the man advantage. 15 to the clock. Mikaze's cut open a wound on the other side and will go smoke into connector node. Double molly. Molodoy sits on the other side. Bomb is inevitably planted. They have got to go for the retake here. They need these round wins. But the crossfire has already been set up by Na'Vi, and they await your attempt. Act of desperation.
Not even a damn scrap for you, Furia.
3 kills on that op for Molodoy. This entire CT side. This kid has blown expectations out of the water in his rookie year.
But no one is better than the biggest stage. You have to prove yourself every day in this game.
Just fighting for exits is his reality in this moment. Oh, and his counterpart's gonna try to hunt him down. This threat is real. No, he gets away with it. So an op save for Furia's final attempt on this CT side. His confidence, he tried to grow it. He tried to maybe convince them all after that first strong round in the outer hold. But we have seen nothing since. If anything, cs2's trying to keep it alive.
I mean, again, I'm seeing a map that doesn't make any sense. I'm seeing cs2. Where's the full control of train that we normally see out of Furia? Where are these opening kills? And how is it that Na'Vi are finding a game plan that totally starves them out, punish them for every aggressive option, where no other team have been able to prove this so far?
On the fadeaway.
Starting off round 12 with a 5v4 and maybe an upgrade. Maybe.
Ooh, can't even find it.
I've seen that gun go.
Yeah, doubles back and takes a bit more damage for it as well. This chance for Molodoy. It's gonna start feeling like it's getting dogpiled on him. Teammates here to recover, and you can see him cracking under pressure. 4 frags to his name on this half, and if he allowed Ivy to get open just now so that the rest of Furia's efforts on the front of that bomb site are all in vain, this is nightmare fuel for the young Kazakh opper. Teammates he can tend to rely on, stepping ever closer towards the threat of Na'Vi. 45 seconds here. Smoke's gonna fade. Can Wonderful actually hit this shot? That MP9 up close, only a quarter HP for Yakindar. Right there for the taking. Yeah, he'll catch him on the timing. Well done, Yakindar, into the op as well. One for the road here for Furia by the looks of things, unless a 50 health Mikaze cut down to merely 12 points of HP.
Going for the op.
He's got a double back for Bomb. Okay, yeah, there it is. The second one for Fallen and friends, but they feel minuscule at the moment. Inferno comeback that gave the world belief in Furia's ability to stand up to the plucky Na'Vi that stepped into this quarterfinals tonight. But Na'Vi show us that preparation is gold, that the recovery from that loss on Inferno is not going to put a dent in the confidence of a T-side map that they were blown out of the water on last time these teams met.
Na'Vi are the team that they go beyond. No, it doesn't matter how many layers of scar tissue they have, they still fight. They've seen death too many times.
Beretta's on Ivy, Furia on life support, and Ime in the backdrop is the one to get the first kill. Good on Molodoy to recover it. Oh, Hakaze!
He's an assassin!
Just instant execution over towards the T-Con. Furia feeling suffocated as this 2 versus 4 has to come together, and it has to be Molodoy alone.
Oh,
there is
God.
no hope now.
Get him out. What are we watching? Every single expectation coming into the series has been subverted. From Inferno not being a close to Furia not building any momentum off of that comeback. To the opening blowout back on Mirage. To Molodoy missing. That's something no one wanted to see, regardless of the result.
And instead, on the other side of the server is a Wonderful that continues to exceed his major reputations, who will be a driving force in Na'Vi's run this time around when he wasn't in Copenhagen. And on top of that, major playoff debutee Makaze now has a map to reference. There was a lot of talk on the desk with potentially Molodoy being that difference maker, so we could point to him and say he can do it here on the biggest stage that Counter-Strike has to offer. Well, instead, Makaze is ready to steal that spotlight.
Oh, absolutely. His main competition might be exiting after a couple of rounds.
Pistol rebuttal by Molodoy, just the one. Makaze on for the quad kill. This outer yard belongs to him.
It's a shutdown. Kyosuke's out. It looks like Molodoy might be next. Maybe the most slept on in terms of roster moves. It felt like an emergency when Makaze came into the team. But he decided to be the change, to be the difference, not to come in and get carried. A hard job and a messy scene on Na'Vi. Emotionally, everybody knew it from the outside. He's slotting in.
Fast util out from T-Con, just one player behind it. What do? How, after finding the highs that you have in 2025, can you stomach the thought of a major loss in such embarrassing fashion? A fast play, fight for your lives! K-Serrato and Yakindar with the opening 2. Alexi slips out though with that MP9, taking damage all the while. They're gonna try to climb over top of him, shots being missed, but they'll recover. And so Furia, a potential third, but Makaze's still out here, and Makaze's a monster. As he looks on, he's going to try to flood into the bomb site. Furia still with a little fight left in them.
They stave him off. That's a force down. They have almost nothing to work with, but they put together a round. They'll have to outdo themselves with the Inferno comeback to make this one happen by a factor I can't even calculate. Like, to do this on the T side, after what they've shown us so far, not even a rifle yet. Fallen trying to fire them up. He's made some big comebacks in his career. This one mentally might be going for number 1.
Wonderful doesn't even don the op here in round 16. But the rifle's alive inside of this B site. This is majority stack for Na'Vi. We could talk about Makaze and Wonderful exceeding expectations. It's beautiful to see Bit being a rock-solid piece for this team yet again.
And just like that, the Abyss is calling you.
3v5 recovery demanded of Furia. Their mental tested from the get-go in this quarterfinal. Earlier this season, Blade gave an interview as the struggles of Na'Vi were real. He would take those little wins. He said this plan was where it needed to be. That everything was in place. Believe in Blade's plan, and maybe, just maybe, it's a major miracle again. 3v5 is where Furio will try to dig back from. You've got Wonderful on the rotation, but caught off by that bit hold and into the cover as he eats the flashbangs. Yakindar and K-Serrano called upon, and they will get cut down. You are stuffed, and your major run is done. The crown falls from Furia's head, and Na'Vi amongst the 4 teams that'll chase it to the end. This major is truly now open for the taking, because believers can hate again. This is a flashback to Copenhagen. Na'Vi are born to win and designed to defy the odds.
The best series we have had so far here at the Major, as Na'Vi find themselves making it through to the semi-finals over the favorites, Furia. We got Emma with us here, and I got to start with this, man. Okay, your pick, Mirage, starts going well. Inferno comes in. You got a 10-3 lead. Things start slipping away. What was going through your mind when this was kind of going wrong? Fallen pulls off that crazy 1v3. Where did that go so wrong?
I mean, like you said, we started very good Inferno, and after that, when we went on T-side, we kind of had a plan how we played, but it didn't work that well. That we mostly, I think, they had banana control, and which kind of fucked us, I would say, and we couldn't adapt. And when we adapted, all of a sudden we lost 1v3 that it's impossible to lose, but no matter what, I'm very happy that after that we won 2 rounds in a row, which shows that we are very strong mentally.
Definitely strong mentally. Can I ask though, did you think Fallen was saving? Is that why you guys went out like that?
Yes, we thought he's saving, and then like we killed everyone along, and we were like, okay, let's take guns, but they catched us.
Speaking about impossible clutches, there was one by you very close to happen. It was 1v5, especially on Inferno. I wanted to ask you, what were your emotions through it? And I might actually break your heart here. Fallen, which killed you in the 1v1, he had 7 HP. You were so close to the play of your career. How does it feel?
Unlucky. I don't know, like, I don't know. I was not thinking that much. I was just trying to play the situation. And for example, after I traded on B those 2 kills, then I was trying to find like 1v1 duel against one guy to have like 1v2 clutch. But yeah, I think it was unlucky. It happens. It could have been clutch of the game maybe, but yeah.
Now, I also got to ask, you spoke about mentality. Normally, Na'Vi early this year would have broken after losing Inferno. What was the conversation you guys had between the maps, and how did you manage to come back like that?
Andre said that just forget about this map, just play train that like nothing happened before. Like it didn't matter that we won Mirage, it didn't matter that we lost Inferno or we lost clutches or whatever happened. Just play this map and then try to do everything to win that map. And also like after, because you said after, what you said after?
Just your mentality. Normally you would break in those moments.
Oh yeah, like I said, even if after that 1v3, I didn't hear anything in TeamSpeak that is like everyone is tilted. We were just trying to say, me, Alexi, everyone that just focus on X, doesn't matter. Like, it was eco basically, or forced by us, and then Andy also took a timeout and he said that just doesn't matter, it's supposed to be 11-10, we had force, we had pistols.
Now last time you met Furia on train, it was 13-1, but in their favor. Now it was very much different game, pretty much the opposite. So have you used some data from that previous game that helped you turn this around, or was this just individual prowess that gets you over the line here?
No, I think we take it game by game. It can be Furia, it can be Vitality, it can be anyone. After every game we are reviewing it, we see what we did wrong, what we can do better, what we did better. We kind of, like I said, check how we can do better and what we did better, so we keep doing it. And then I think that's the most important thing.
You work beautiful today, brother.
Mihai, lastly, the crowd, the guys in the back with a Romanian flag, anything you want to say to them? Everyone need to get out there to work. You got JL in the crowd as well.
Thank you very much for support. I hope we're gonna make it even better to show that we can play even better CS tomorrow against FaZe. And who knows, game by game, and then you never know what happens. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Guys, one last time tonight, make some noise for Ima and Navi!
Na'Vi with nerves of steel and resilience that most could only dream of. Once Train pulled into town, they simply steamrolled Furia, and against all the odds, have taken down one of the tournament favorites. And this major, Maui, it had just been blown wide open.
Without a doubt, I almost feel like you would say now that Vitality are the favorites, but we'll talk about that later. This was a masterclass in terms of T-side execution and game planning from Alexi B and Blade. On top of that, the individuals all were able to find moments of activation. Makaze towards Ivy was the guy that I prefaced. I mean, that dude was so sneaky. He was getting so much impact with the multi-frags, and the guy that's been so red hot since stage 2 and Wonderful, he continues to be the man for Na'Vi. They have desperately needed
Moet je piemel langer maken, gast.
Wat? Wij liggen al op tafel. Wat?
Dat ligt op tafel. Merci, Bami, merci. Ik ga het nodig hebben. Ik denk als ik deze aan hebben.
Wie zei dat?
Yo, solo. Ik ga lang slapen, yo, Bami. Merci voor alles vandaag, voor de subs en zo. De aanwezigheid. Alleen maar love, je weet dat. Slap wel, goeie nacht gewenst.
Ja, maar ik begin hier weer shit te zien, hè, maat.
Tetris.
Oh, ik word geklaard, hè. Echt gewoon op...
Jij wilt er 2 spelen, ik weet het.
Ja.
Nee, maar toch, Bami, je gaat het niet moeten doen, love.
Oh, dat ik gezien. Man, dat was hier random.
Good boy, good boy.
Nice, Björn. Lekker man.
Damn.
Wat stuurt Team James me weer? Ik ga het niet eens afspelen.
Moet er iemand awap hebben hier, man, nu krijgen.
Awoepen. Ik zie
Wow.
Safari met shankjes.
Ik ben zo wapen, jongen. Ik heb geen geld.
Oké, ook geen geld.
Dat is uw probleem, alt.
Het is crisis, hè?
Discord, man.
Het is crisis voor iedereen, inderdaad. Hij smokt hier mij.
Maar gast, ik mag nog niet. Ik stond hier godverdomme 0 op 6, gast.
Connector? Een A? Ja, ik weet het. Is hij er doorgegaan of niet?
Ja, hij is in window, denk ik. Dat is jungle.
Hij zit niet in window, nice.
Bom hier
Nice.
weer.
Oh! What the fuck was dat? Ik sta ineens achter hem met een knife, bro. Ik heb hem gewoon geknife-fight.
Ah, man.
Wat wat doe je allemaal?
Sorry, ik misklik.
Moet verschil wel iemand aangaan mee. Ik mis weer.
Wat? Was dat de Bjorn?
Ik ben nu aan het carryen, man. Je zit mij af te schieten, man.
Boy, ik heb die guy geheadshot, dat is niet dood. Maar
Rank met de lion?
Sorry.
No way.
Ik heb de kill.
Doe de lion die groeten.
Doe maar een keer bacon zijn. Ah nee, bom erin.
Ramp.
Ik heb alles gesmoked.
Hier geen AK, man.
Nee, maat.
Nee, man. Wel een cheater, jongen.
Geen idee wat de last is.
Hadden we bom niet?
Nee.
Ja.
Denk het niet.
This is what we have been watching for.
Dat durf ik niet zeggen.
282
Dat durf ik niet zeggen.
1 sub to Toons.
Ja, sorry. Dat durf ik niet zeggen. Ik kon niet zeggen ja of kon niet zeggen nee als het niet zo is. Wat doe je? Hangt er ook een beetje af met vrije tijd.
Komt daar gewoon te dansen.
Ik zou ook een cap zetten. Misschien een week of zo. Dat een cap zou
282
zijn.
geeft het A-tier 1 sub to Badabzorilla.
Bij de 150 komt hij er sowieso. We gingen ook nog bespreken dan hoe dat we gaan doen natuurlijk. Hij zal er sowieso wel volgend jaar komen, dit jaar niet meer. Dat is onmogelijk. Maar toch de 12 uur stream al gedaan dan?
Dat zijn elkaar aan het afschieten, man.
De partypoppers, 5 partypoppers, die moeten we ook nog afsteken aan het einde van de stream. Dus als je wilt zien hoe mijn camerarommel eruit gaat zien, dan zeker op kijken, maat. Nice. Ja. Zullen we dan niet zo de volgende goal? Ja, gewoon 150 en dan 300. Het zal insane zijn als we het halen. Maar ik denk het niet. Hey.
Oh, sorry.
Moet dat zeggen?
Veel gifted, man. Veel gifted. Nee, ja,
zeg maar gewoon. Ik zit hier sowieso, dat zeg ik altijd. Ik zit hier sowieso. Die subgoals is puur voor mensen hun entertainment. Maar dat moet niet natuurlijk. Maar nogmaals, ik apprecieer de werk van mijn video. Echt, alleen maar wel.
Ja. Die is steeds in het chat aan het praten, hè. Als sociale hond.
Hey, zatlap. Het is goed met u, hè? Kom jongen, rush B.
Ja, zeg maar zeker dat ik aan het rushen ben.
De andere twee zijn weer rechter, hè? Ze zijn aan elkaar stapels aan het voegen.
Oh shit, ik verschiet me.